Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Kurt. and if you could read our meeting procedures, please.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, December 13th, 2011. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thanks, Ann. Now is the time for public comment. This is the time when anyone can address the board on something that is not on the agenda. Keep in mind we can take no action. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Craig George, and my address 11500 Sun Valley Place in Auburn, and I'm a member of the 211 Steering Committee. So I'd like to give you a brief refresher on 211. We've been here before. Nevada County has it, and Sacramento County has it. Yolo County has it. Shasta County is coming on, but Placer County still does not have 211. 211 is a telephone number that quickly connects people to vital community services, such as it is easy to remember, and it's toll-free. It's always available. It's local information. It's answered by a real person. It's confidential. It's 24 hours a day. It's multilingual, up to 150 languages, and it'll also be online. 86% of the U.S. is connected. 92% of California is connected to 211, which operates like the 911 phone number. Placer is the most populous county in California not yet connected. If Placer had 211, residents could get answers to questions about emergency shelter, food, clothing, financial assistance, substance abuse programs, senior services and elder care, disability services, domestic violence, child care, child health, preschools, legal assistance, veteran services, mentoring opportunities, volunteer opportunities, donating food, clothing, and so on, and information during emergencies, and any other community service that is conceivable. It's about time, I believe, that we gave this same kind of support to all the people, all the residents of Placer County, and Bev Anderson is going to provide an update on our progress.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Bev Anderson. My address is 28320 Secret Town Court, Colfax, California, and my supervisor. We just finished 7 months today. Our first meeting was May 13th for our informational meeting, so this is the beginning of an 8th month, so we're just coming up to our anniversary. And we have tried to bring 211 to Placer County. We have much of our infrastructure in place. The steering committee made up of people representing sizable populations, which will be transitioning to the 211 Community Board, and our lead agency, Community Link Sacramento Region, which is a regional organization with Placer people on the board, is our lead agency. They already serve as the call center for other 211 counties in the area, so we know that they will qualify under the requirements of the California Public Utilities Commission. We are gathering letters of endorsement from a variety of Placer County agencies, organizations, and community groups. We have several towns, at least one city that has already said they will be giving us a letter of endorsement. So we need 15 of those before we apply to PUC. So we plan to try to get those shortly, and when we have those, we hope by sometime in January we'll be ready to talk to you about your opportunity to do that. We've actively restarted a search for funds to cover our just over $200,000 budget. Some is already in. We need a majority of funds raised for the first year prior to applying for PUC. When this happens, we'll continue working on the database in earnest and planning the launch of 211 Placer. We'd like to do that right here with all of you in attendance and leading the celebration of making the first official call. And we think it especially fitting as September, as Supervisor Montgomery's birthday is 211. We hope to be ready in January, and we'll request that opportunity for you to participate at that time. I've enjoyed getting acquainted with all of you and look forward to your strong support, and I thank you for all of your encouragement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board on something that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, close public comment and transition to supervisor committee reports. I see none. So we will then take up our consent agenda. This is a list of items that are intended to be passed in one motion, but happy to pull any if any of my colleagues wish to have something removed and or anyone from the public would like to do the same. Kirk?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like item 14C removed, please.
14C. Jennifer?
I would like items 20A through E removed.
Okay, any others? Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda with the two items removed. Roll call, Ann?
Holmes? Duran? Euler? Montgomery? Wycamp?
Yes. So now we'll take up item 14C.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, appreciate that. Certainly interested in moving this item forward, as Linda has served me well as my aide over this last year, but at Linda's request, we're going to redo the contract. She is voluntarily giving up a 5% increase. This is the second year in a row that she's done that. So I'm going to ask that staff rework the contract and bring it back without the 5% increase. And with that, I move approval of the item. Whoa, hold on. Can I move approve? I mean, do I need official direction from the board in order to?
We with the board's action, we can modify the contract to eliminate the 5% and still approve the contract.
Okay, so we can't, that's what I wanted to clarify, is that we can go ahead and, we can go ahead and approve the contract absent the 5% increase today. We get it. Okay, then I would move approval of the item as presented that way. Thank you.
We still have a motion and a second. So item 14C as amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And items 20A through E. Jennifer.
Thank you. These are items brought forward under the county executive heading here. And these are merit increases for 5 individuals who are not represented either by DSA or PPEO. The history on this is, I'm sure as the board recalls, is we asked for a year moratorium on these merit increases. It was my recollection at the time that we asked that it be brought back before it expired. I may be misremembering that, so that we could revisit it and decide if that was something we wanted to continue or if it was something that we as a board wanted to revisit just in terms of the overall policy. not having had the opportunity to have the policy discussion about this, I would ask that we defer these items until a future date and have the policy discussion on January 10th at our first meeting in 2012.
If I might speak to the question itself, there was no such direction provided. It was a one-year suspension of merit increases, but we did research that there was no such direction to come back and have that policy direction. But clearly, that's within your board's direction to do so at this time.
So there is a motion and a second? Yes. Any other comment or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it was not my recollection that we directed staff to come back. My recollection was that the board suspended all merit increases for a year for management confidential contract employees, and as part of our bargaining with the Public Employees Organization, we asked that they do likewise, which that resulted in them not doing so. We imposed a freeze of that on management confidential. And I'll just point out that we have a report in our board packet today showing 29 employees who are members of the bargaining units did get merit increases as of the last Civil Service Commission meeting on November 14th. So we have 29 employees who are represented by bargaining units who did get their merit increases, and yet for whatever reason we want to hold up these 5 who aren't represented. I don't know that that was reflective of any previous action of the board, and I don't know that we need to, unless we as a board can decide that we want to continue that policy for those employees that are not represented. I don't know why we would do this to those 5 employees today.
And that's exactly why I'm asking that we revisit this as a policy decision in January and defer these raises, which certainly if we have that discussion in January and reach the conclusion that you're coming to, which is if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, we can certainly make these retroactive to the dates that are proposed here. But I do believe it's in the best interest of the county and this board to have that discussion on a policy level.
Jack.
And that was my question. Thank you for answering that. I just wanted to make sure if we were going to go, if that was the recommendation, that we handle this as quickly as possible.
So the motion is to defer action on this, but review generally the question about merit increases,
First meeting in January.
but with the understanding that we do it as quickly as possible. Okay. It just comments. I'm good with that as long as we do it expeditiously. In noting Kirk's comments, the concern we have, of course, is that we need to have a total pay schedule that makes sense and reflects the hierarchy of the organization and different positions of responsibility. So if we could do that quickly, I'm happy to support the motion, but I sure don't want it. How long, Tom, do you think?
I think we could come back on the 10th. Do you want the district aid contracts? Well, the board already approved those, so those have already been approved.
Right.
But there were merit increases in those.
Right.
That were,
Right. Okay.
We could come back on the 11th.
Okay.
Or, yeah, I think, no, January 10th.
10th. Thanks, Tom. And roll call, please.
Montgomery? Duran? Holmes? Euler? Wygant?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to take up our annual employee service awards. So Ann, I'm going to turn that over to you, and then you're going to tell me what to do and how I participate in this, right?
Press here. Yep. Okay. Are we on? Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Ann
Morning.
Craig with Personnel Department, and it is my pleasure. At this time of year, we do our annual service awards for our employees. As you can see, we have a very large group gathered today, and we have departments here supporting their employees and their supervisors as well, and friends and family. So it really is kind of a nice, joyous occasion, especially at this time of year, to celebrate. Currently, today, we have 68 employees who were invited to come. They represent 1,520 years of service. This does not include the approximately 200 employees out in the departments that have 10 years of service and 15, and those are presented by their department heads as they can work them in and meet with their employees on those. We have our 20-year award employees here today, our 25 and our 30. It's kind of actually, if you will, a small group. Somebody was asking what happened to our 35 and our 40s, but they're none this year. And we do have a few that had notified us that they wouldn't be able to attend, and so I'd like to take the opportunity right now to acknowledge their time with the county. And we have Linda Masters, who is with the Auditor Controller's Office, Deborah Dorfler-Kastner, who retired from Public Works, Kelly Hernandez, and Kelly Hernandez from the Sheriff's Office, and Thomas Morose, if I pronounced Tom's name right, and Denise Martinez of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. Kelly and Tom will have theirs from Tahoe, and so they're going to have their presentation done up there. And last but not least is Jeff Tudor, who is with Admin Services, and he has 25 years, and he will not be able to attend as well. So I'd like to make one announcement. For our 30-year employees, we'd like to make sure that you get together with Robert Miller out front after the end of the ceremony to make sure we get a picture. So get that one taken care of. And then I'd like to make a special recognition to Ginger Barrett in our office, who helps me put this all together and makes me look good. So anyway, with that, Robert, if you'd come down, we'll do our 20-year employees first. Okay, we have a packet with each one's name on it, and we have so far it's the new Vanna White. Sorry. And a pin, yes. Excellent. You're set. Our first recipient is George Thompson out of Admin Services. George, are you here? Okay. We're starting off. Our next is Rosalina McClatt. Rose from the Auditor's Office. Thank you, Rose. Kelly Krieger from the County Exec's Office. Selma Ruth from the County Clerk Recorders. Dee Moog from Child Support Services. Jeff Potter with the District Attorney's Office. James Geach from Public Works. Jim? Scott Blodger from Public Works. Okay. Mike Matthew from Facility Services.
There he comes.
Good hat. Good hat. Merry Christmas to you. Merle Reed from Facility Services. Robert Dawson from Facility Services. Ed Rossier from Facility Services. Glenn Thompson from Facility Services. Frank Soros from Facility Services. Cami Callis from Health and Human Services. Dr. Jim Ganley from Health and Human Services. Joanna Bradford from Health and Human Services. Okay, thank you. Whoops. Angel Madrigal from Health and Human Services. Oh, he retired, I hear. Good for him. Dee Parks from Health and Human Services. Let's see if I do as well with this one. Nydia Rousset Grozope. I tried. From Health and Human Services. How about Susan Van Sant from Health and Human Services? Robin Guthrie from the library. As I like to call her, she's my sister, Kelly Craig. She's not really, though. From personnel. Ed Clark from the Sheriff's Office. John Savage from the Sheriff's Office. Bill Walton from the Sheriff's Office. Okay. Deborah North. Randy Owens from the Sheriff's Office. Kenneth Ferreira from the Sheriff's Office. Jane Expolius from the Sheriff's Office. And those are all our 20-year employees. For 25 years of service, these folks started in 1986. So, kind of give some of us a reference point. We have Lauren Clark with Community Development Resource. Alana Eichenhofer with the County Exec's Office. And Alana just has a couple more days with us. Kathy Cicerelli with the County Clerk Recorder. Oh. Gary Smith with the County Clerk Recorder. He retired. We do ask. Otherwise, I'll get the numbers mixed up. Okay. Gary, you said retired, sorry. Michael Bazo from Public Works. No, he's too young. Warren Goyer from Public Works. And Dan Olson from Facility Services. Neil Powell from Facility Services. Chris Fournier from Facility Services. Steve Layton from Health and Human Services. Julie Clavin from Health and Human Services. Diane Billett from Health and Human Services. Ruth Ann Moore Tyner from Health and Human Services. Elizabeth Liz Enright from Library. Jeffrey Can from the Probation Department. Kelly Turville with the Personnel Office. Mike Bennett from the Sheriff's Office. Lori Lewis from the Sheriff's Office. And Debbie Padilla from the Sheriff's Office. Okay, those are all our 25-year employees. Our 30-year employees, and these folks started in 1981. I think my kids weren't born yet. Bill Markey from the District Attorney's Office. No, Bill? Okay. Kathy Harley from Facility Services. She was a baby. Yes, I do. Karen Ram from Health and Human Services. Linda Anderson from Health and Human Services. Michelle Krieger from Health and Human Services. Mike Bell from the Sheriff's Office. Lynn Harrison from the Sheriff's Office. And Richard Easterling from the Sheriff's Office. Okay. So we have one small group of employees. These are our elected officials and our department heads who also have various years of service, and we have them presented here as well. For our 10 years, we have Kathy Martinez, the auditor Buller. Dr. Richard Burton, 15 years with Health and Human Services. Clark Moots, who is on his second stint with us, 15 years. Nancy Nittler, 20 years, personnel. And last but not least, Mary George with the library, who has 20 years of... Congratulations to all of you, and we wish you many more successful years here at the county. Robert, did you want to say?
Yeah, I will. On behalf of the board, just can't express enough our thanks to all of you. It always amazes me how many people have been here for so long. I guess I'm getting to be one of them. But the county, as we all know, what we do is provide services, and so we are as good or not as the people who work with us, and I think it's a real strong commitment by all of you that you've been here for so long and done such a good job for us, and we genuinely appreciate that. So on behalf of the board, thank you very much.
30-year employees, if you could go out and have your picture taken with Bob Miller and Robert, and we have cake and coffee outside for you as well to help celebrate with your friends and family.
You want to take a short? You want to? Did you want to go out there? No. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a black and white photo, though, in recognition of 30 years with the 40-year employees. It's that silver tone thing, you know, glass, kind of silver floor air. 40 years.
Which is the dissolution of zone of benefit.
He's on an accelerated.
What did I say?
today. Okay.
I said 10:30? Thank you. You all need to keep an extra eye on me today. It's been the last couple of days difficult. So we will now take up our 9:30 timed item, with the dissolution of zone of benefit 152 and county service area 28. Bob.
Thank you. Bob Costa, Public Works Department. On November 8th of this year, your board adopted a resolution of intention to consider on this date a request to dissolve County Service Area 28, Zone of Benefit 152 for the Chelsea Downs North subdivision in Granite Bay. Your previous action was in response to a petition from the property owners within the subdivision to dissolve the CSA Zone of Benefit and to relinquish the road and storm drain maintenance responsibilities to the Homeowners Association. Pursuant to the requirements of Proposition 218, the property owners of record have been provided with ballots to indicate their support for or against the proposal. The clerk of the board has received these voted ballots and will tabulate the results for your consideration during the public hearing. There is approximately $25,130 remaining in the zone of benefit account that the county maintains. It's been requested that these funds be transferred to the Homeowners Association upon dissolution of the zone of benefit. And because these funds are required by law to be used specifically for the purposes for which they were authorized when the zone of benefit was established, the requested action includes the preparation of a use of funds agreement between the county and the homeowners association. So our requested action of your board today is to first conduct a public hearing to consider any and all protests. Next, to receive and consider the tabulated ballot results from your clerk. And if there is sufficient support, adopt the attached resolution to dissolve the zone of benefit, ceasing the extended services and related charges. And finally, authorize the Public Works Director to prepare and execute an agreement with the Chelsea Downs North Homeowners Association for the disposition of the unexpended funds. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any at this time, Bob.
I did have one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jennifer.
Just informationally for me, never having been through this use of funds agreement, are there costs to the county associated with putting that together, and how are those covered if there are costs?
There are costs associated with that, and we do charge the administrative component of the zone of benefit.
So that would come out of the 25,000 and change?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
See no other questions, so at this time I will open up the public hearing. Anyone who'd like to address the board on this item, please come forward and state your name. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back.
I think the clerk has a vote tabulation.
Oh, thank you. And Ann, would you give us the vote tabulation?
Yes. Of the total 8 property owners, 8 were affirmative votes, and 0 were negative votes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, move approval of the dissolution of zone of benefit number 152.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the just discussed dissolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. So we'll now start with our department items. Item 4 is Community Development Resource Agency funding and construction agreement with Nevada Irrigation District to improve fish passage at the NID Highway 65 gauging station. Edmund.
Morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board.
Morning.
Lauren Clark with the Community Development Resource Agency. Just very briefly to introduce the item. What is before the board today is a couple of items related to financing a project, but we also wanted to spend a minute or two today actually showing you what the project is. So it has now been completed, and it is one of those projects of which the county should be proud. It relates to a fish passage issue that affects the ability of salmon and steelhead to spawn within the Auburn ravine system. There was a structure that Nevada Irrigation District owns and uses within the ravine, and a project like this was originally conceived as long as 10 years ago, and as of yesterday, I believe the Department of Water Resources was out on the property, who was our grants manager, and very pleased with the outcome. So I'd like to introduce Edmund Sullivan. He's been the project manager on this from day one. Without Edmund's work, we would not have this particular project completed today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ed.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, board. So I'll go over a few project basics here with you. So the Auburn Ravine is a resource of local significance. It's a trout-dominated watershed. So it's a rainbow steelhead-dominated watershed. It's a federal designated critical habitat for the Central Valley steelhead. The project was identified as a priority project by the Auburn Ravine Watershed Group through the Auburn Ravine Coon Creek Environmental Restoration Plan. The project partners on this were Nevada Irrigation District, CalFed is one of the funders, Fish and Game, City of Lincoln, Granite Bay Flycasters, which also were a funder, Bella Vista Foundation, which was a funder, and Dry Creek Conservancy. Total project cost was $1.2 million. That was included design and construction. Total Placer County contribution is $280,000, of which $230,000 went for CEQA design and permits, and $50,000 for construction. And just a quick aside here, you know, in these tough economic times, this created 10 technical professional jobs were created as a result of this project. You know, most of the work was done over the last year and a half, and there was 23 construction-related jobs which for about a 2-month period we had various construction activities going out there. One of the firms was a concrete firm from Roseville, and then there was a Preston Pipe from Sacramento did the majority of the work. Here's just a project construction budget breakdown. You have Placer County was the $50,000 construction, Nevada Irrigation District $450,000 for construction, the Granite Bay, as I mentioned, Dry Creek Conservancy, which got their funding from Bella Vista, $52,000, and the CalFed grant, which was nearly $304,000 for a total project cost of $865,645. Here's a map of the watershed. Nope, not quite yet. There we go. Here's a map of the watershed, and that star shows roughly where the project is, just west of Highway 65 in the Lincoln Crossing subdivision. This shows you kind of an aerial of the project, and that inset there, which is maybe not too easy for you guys to see, that's sort of pre-construction of how the project looked. It was completely impassable to fish during normal flows like today. No fish could get over that. During high flows, fish could get over it. It seemed to be a complete barrier to the fall run Chinook based on their timing and when they're coming up the stream. So now with the construction of the ladder, the fall run Chinook will be able to get over that facility. This is a sort of a plain view of the design, preferred alternative. It was one that was put forth by Fish and Game as prefers these sort of natural channelized cascade structures, like a little bit of a waterfall kind of feature. This next picture will show you the construction, and you can see what a massive effort it was. And then next is the finished product. And like Lauren said, we were out there yesterday, and they were doing riparian plantings out there. And you can see sort of the water cascading through the naturalized channel there. And the action today is authorize the chairman of the board to sign an attached funding and construction agreement with Nevada Irrigation District and sign the attached budget revisions for the planning department and Community Development Resource Agency. Thank you.
Thanks, Edmund. For taking any other comments, just want to personally thank you for all the effort and energy you put into this. It's definitely one of those interesting partnerships that emerged in a fascinating way. But also want to particularly thank Ron Nelson, NID, for the huge support. These are the kinds of projects I think that as time goes on and when the conservation plan starts taking root and bearing fruit, we'll have a huge opportunity to work together, particularly with citizens group, that can make a huge difference in the outcome of all these kinds of things. So just personal thanks. Any comments or questions from board members? Anyone? Jennifer?
Yeah, I just wanted to extend my personal thanks as well. Although nowhere near my district, a lot of people I know are very passionate about fish and fishing, and this is a project that really is just a wonderful opportunity. And again, just to echo Robert's sentiments, this is an extremely good example of public-private partnerships and nonprofit organizations working with governmental entities to achieve goals that are good for all of us. And I really just want to say thank you. I know, Edmund, you've put a lot of time and effort into this, and I truly appreciate it. And it's so nice to see you in a suit.
I know. I'm usually...
I almost didn't recognize you. But,
I almost didn't recognize myself.
But really, wonderful job. And this is the model for these sorts of things for the future for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Seeing none, we are asked to authorize the chair to sign the funding agreement with NID and to approve a budget revision of $60,000 from the Open Space Trust Fund. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
We need a roll call. We need a roll call.
Roll call.
Holmes.
Budget revision.
Duran.
Yes.
Euler. Montgomery. Whitecamp.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So next we'll take up item 5, which is an early start on our next year's budget in light of our current exciting budgetary times. So County Exec's Office, but Graham, good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I'm Graham Knaus, the Finance and Budget Operations Manager, and indeed this is an early start related to 12/13. So we will start talking about the current year budget first, and then we'll look ahead relative to 12/13 and also beyond 12/13 relative to what some of the large policy implications may be and the challenges before your board. So we'll go through, do the early check-in. We will discuss the state budget and policy impacts, both touching on mid-year reductions, which will be formalized today at noon by the governor's office, and also talking about the 2011 realignment, where we sit with that today, now that we have some more final numbers and some comparisons in terms of that funding over the course of the last few years. We'll look at 12/13, talk about some of the large challenges there, and then look ahead in terms of next steps. Historically related to this county, since 2000, we've been the second fastest growing county in the state, as we have discussed over the course of this past budget year. What used to be significant revenue increases on a year-over-year basis related to property tax have indeed been replaced with sharper declines, and although those declines have tapered off, we're still in some level of negative territory related to that. So on a per capita basis, we're actually 8% below where we were back in Proposition 13 related to revenues as adjusted by inflation, and about $5 lower on a per capita basis related to expenditures. In large part, it has been your board's continued proactive approach to setting appropriate policy constraints related to how to approach the budget, and also working through the downturn in the economy over the last few years that has positioned this county well relative to others. There have been a number of adjustments that have been put in place to align revenues with expenditures. Some of those include the hiring freeze, labor-related adjustments, and reprioritizing resources to more core services. On the whole, services have been largely maintained, but certainly there have been impacts in a variety of areas related to transitioning in this economic downturn. So your final budget, flashing back to September, $765.8 million final budget for 2011-12. That is effectively about $8.5 million lower than the prior year's budget once we adjust for a technical accounting change. The general fund effectively declined year over year by a little over $9 million. That's 2.5%. The public safety fund increased year over year by about 8%, and that's a function of two different things. One, dollars going into the reserve there, and second, the strong performance last year related to the public safety sales tax compared to the budget. Your board did set aside nearly $5 million in the general fund reserve in 2011-12, which was the first time that that had been done in the last 3 years. So with that, you can now see where we're at relative to the general fund. It's actually general fund reserve. It's actually begun to go up. There's $13 million that exists in there now, and we'll come back to that as we move through this and talk about some of the challenges before us. So overall state of the county, relatively healthy in light of the economy. The property taxes, as I referenced, which are the county's largest discretionary revenue source, have continued to decline. We do have the state budget, which continues to try to muck up our local business, adding greater layers of responsibility and perhaps insufficient funding to cover those. And we'll chat about some of the decreased 11-12 fund balance carryover and what the implications of that may be. Your board has continued to respond to the challenges, whether locally imposed or those coming from the state, and we will. That has allowed greater flexibility and certainly greater stability related to the countywide budget. So quick check-in related to 2011-12. We are generally on track related to revenues and expenditures at this point in the year compared to what's in our budget plan. Recall that the budget is indeed a plan. It doesn't necessarily perfectly outline exactly what's going to happen, but is a best sense for what's going to occur over the course of the year, and we're generally in line with that. We are still early in the process. We are now 5 months through the fiscal year, and our budget is a bit closer to the margin in some areas, particularly in the area of health benefits, than it has been in the past, which may put some downward pressure related to the fund balance carryover and provide a little less flexibility on a going forward basis. Hiring has increased over where it's been over the course of the last few years. There are a total of 81 approved hires that have occurred to date this year, and a little more than half of those are actually external new hires, new folks that have been brought into the county, as opposed to those that were transferred or promoted within departments. For the most part, the external hires have been reflective of backfilling for positions that have been previously held vacant or for backfilling retirements. And we're currently on pace, on almost a normal pace related to retirements over the course of the year in the neighborhood of 100 to 110 retirements. Recall that as we bring additional folks on from the outside, there is the upfront OPEB cost that is charged, and of course, to the extent that we're filling positions, that reduces salary savings at year end, and so does have some impact on that fund balance. Preliminary fund balance estimates for 11-12 are $27 million in the general fund and $3 million on the public safety fund side. And we will come back to your board in early 2012 in the February-March timeframe and provide an updated assessment related to 2011-12 and also incorporate the state budget that'll come out in January and additional 2012-13 related impacts. So transitioning to the state budget and policy impacts, from a mid-year perspective, we've talked about the state assuming a level of revenues that hasn't been materializing. And in fact, at this point in the year, they're $1 billion down year to date. That's nearly 3.5%. That's actually an improvement over where things have been for each of the last 3 to 4 months. However, it's still a substantial amount of underperformance related to those revenues. And given that there are mid-year trigger cuts that are linked to the performance of revenues, it makes it very likely that they're going to go into effect when we get to high noon here in a couple of hours. The likely county impacts include a $250,000 cost to probation, and that is related to the state charging us $125,000 per juvenile offender that's housed with the state, of which we currently have 2 in this county. There are additional impacts that have already been mitigated following discussion with your board over the course of the summer, and those things that are more likely to go into effect. And so related to the library, the district attorney's office related to funding for vertical prosecution grants, in health and human services related to anti-fraud grant funding, which is likely to go away. So those have already been mitigated in the current budget. So we will, I should mention related to the probation cut that there are a number of efforts statewide to try to make that go away, given that it may have some interactions with the new 2011 realignment. Likely a long shot at the moment, given that the state faces such a substantial shortfall, but there are efforts underway nonetheless, and we will return to your board to the extent that there's any, however, whatever the fate of those efforts may be. The big policy change, of course, this year is indeed the realignment, and so we'll go through a quick check-in related to where that is at. This was a $6 billion realignment of state and county fiscal and program responsibilities, of which about half was in specific health and human services related programs, child welfare, adoptions, and a few other programs. These are largely mandated driven programs. They're driven, but the costs are driven by caseload, and the county has little control over the change in those costs. Generally, the funding under the realignment is about status quo. It's about what it has been for these programs for the past few years. And there may be some additional changes when we get to the state's January budget in terms of more programs that may be proposed to be realigned to the county. This shows how the revenue has changed for the specific health and human services related programs that were realigned in 2011. The bar on the far left reflects 2007-8 funding levels for each of these programs to provide some historical context. In the middle is 2010-11, so the funding level from last year, and then the funding amount related to the realignment. As you can see, the amounts are generally what they have been over the course of the last few years. The exceptions are in areas where there are caseload-driven programs, such as in the substance abuse treatment area, where it's an entitlement program. To the extent that your caseload goes up, your cost goes up, and so this reflects the amount that's been funded in there. Transitioning on to the programs under the broadly defined public safety umbrella related to the 2011 realignment, there's the court security piece, local law enforcement related funding, the existing juvenile justice realignment, where the state took something they already realigned and they sort of realigned it under a different umbrella, and of course AB 109, which is an entirely new program responsibility where we didn't have any funding, nor did we have any responsibility prior to this year. And that's one, obviously, that impacts a number of our local departments in terms of probation, the sheriff, district attorney, public defender-related services, and health and human services related to mental health and substance abuse treatment. So what's interesting to note related to AB 109 is that it's in terms of the whole pie realignment, it's only 6.5% of the funding this year. Now, that may change going forward, but at this moment, it's a very small piece of the overall pie. However, because it's the only new program responsibility that counties were not already administering, that's what we've been talking about locally and what other counties have been talking about as well. It's the big policy change related to the realignment. And the Community Corrections Partnership, which is the entity charged with developing a plan to bring before your board in terms of the approach for that, is working through those implementation details, and that plan would be presented to your board in January, next month. That plan would be intended to be the most effective approach related to the context of the overall funding level related to AB 109. And of note here is that we're very early in what is a new policy program responsibility, and so how it will actually impact the workload of probation, the level of incarceration, the utilization of alternative sentencing, or mental health and substance abuse treatment, we won't exactly know exactly what that's going to look like until we get some additional data, and we'll continue to monitor that with appropriate folks within the public safety and health and human services area as we move through. So with that, we have some picture related to so what are the implications to the extent that you get to a place whereby the demands for the incarceration capacity exceed what our current capacity level is. And so we have on the far left here what the current operations are relative to capacity, staffing, and cost of the Auburn jail facility. Operational capacity at 581 beds, staffing at 136, for a total cost of $34.6 million. In attempting to plan for increased demand related to incarceration, the sheriff's office has provided a proposal related to, well, what is one option related to utilizing the South Placer jail facility and increasing the overall capacity for the county related to incarceration of AB 109 related offenders. And you'll see that in the middle column shows operational capacity increasing to 677 beds, staffing at 222, and a total cost increase of $16.7 million. And finally, from a full operational capacity, this would look out to what's the maximum operational capacity that we could have between the Auburn jail and the full build out of the South Placer facility. We have a capacity of 932, staffing of 274, and a total ongoing cost increase of $28.7 million. Provide some perspective relative to what are the significant fiscal and perhaps policy implications, which we'll touch on in just a bit, related to a new dynamic in terms of demands. So related to that facility, we have a targeted completion date in spring of 2012, in the May, perhaps June timeframe. Whenever that may come online, there are $5 to $7 million in startup costs. Those are the things related to putting the beds in the facility, basically stocking the facility so that it could actually operate. And a number of options related to opening that facility in terms of how timing, approach that may be utilized within the county, and that what the demands are related to AB 109 and the broader countywide capacity demands. So to the extent there are a variety of approaches in any challenge, and today is more about laying out what the fiscal and policy implications may be that your board may face over the course of 12-13, looking forward into future years as well, given that the amount of dollars we're talking about are relatively large in a budget that has come down over the course of the last few years. To the extent that the full amount of operations were funded through simply reprioritizing the general fund. This would be kind of defining what the bookends are. It's in the neighborhood of a 17% reduction to all of your general fund priorities. And the general fund is listed here because that's the place where you have your discretionary revenue, primarily property tax, from which you can prioritize to fund any of the board's priorities related to the county. So looking forward to 12-13. We have estimated a preliminary combined deficit of $5.1 million, and that is $2.3 million on the general fund side, $2.8 million on the public safety side. And that certainly will be refined as additional data becomes available and as we work through our normal budget development process. That projection includes a number of assumptions, including a further decrease of property tax of 1%, sales tax actually ticking up 3%, and increased benefit costs. And in this case, this $1.7 million, which includes an increase in our PERS retirement costs and also a significant health benefit cost increase mid-year of 9%. Those under this approach are actually funded for general fund departments. There are upfront OPEB payments to the extent that there's additional external hiring, and increases related to, on the cost side, related to Measure F, as is required on the public safety side, and an increase in the public safety sales tax of 3% as well. I won't rattle all the way through these, but simply state that the assumption basically is status quo related to funded positions, assuming that state revenues are funding what the state costs are related to our budget, and we'll have more information about those as we work through the budget process. So All of that relative to the general fund provides this visual display, which shows on the left side that the general fund as a starting point has a $2.3 million deficit. And at the bottom of this, there are potential adjustments that could be considered that would bring the general fund into balance. Removing $1.5 million in one-time costs related to labor-related adjustments and service delivery options, and reducing the confidence level related to general liability and workers' comp to what is outlined in the budget and financial policy. Currently, we're above that amount. So with those adjustments, the general fund would come into balance. Those are, in fact, one-time adjustments, and so when you would get to the following year, you would still have that $2.3 million to solve, again, going forward. On the public safety side, the starting point, as we talked through, is the $2.8 million number. The trick for the county related to the public safety fund is that the level of tools available and resources available that you may have on the general fund side to reprioritize, there aren't nearly as many of those when you start talking about the public safety fund. And so the $2.8 million challenge creates a larger challenge to solve than does the initial deficit on the general fund side. This also displays what the implications would be related to a half-year startup and operational cost of the South Placer facility. And you can see the deficit increasing from the $2.8 million to an $18.8 million number, and then that would be a one-year cost. And then the final column there would show, well, what are the full-year operating costs related to ongoing operational costs related to that facility. And this utilizes that middle sheriff's proposal related to what's a $16.7 million cost simply related to the South Placer jail facility, in addition to what the public safety fund deficit would be. So pulling it all together, we've got the $5.1 million split between the general fund and the public safety fund, and some additional potential fiscal implications related to the operation of the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility. Thinking about the fiscal and policy implications, on the whole, the general fund is tentatively manageable in the sense that there are certainly one-time related adjustments that could be used to the extent that your board would be interested in doing that. Those there are just more tools available on the general fund side. Now, recall that general fund is where you have the discretionary revenue, where you have contributions to other priorities that are funded out of that. So the contribution to Health and Human Services, to public safety, to the library, to a whole host of other countywide priorities, they're funded out of that pot. We certainly have the risk of further local or perhaps state-driven impacts, and so we'll need to stay plugged into those. And on the whole, we're positioned relatively well given the decisions that have been made to best put this county in place, but there are significant challenges that lie ahead. Most pressing is that $2.8 million on the public safety fund side, but also related to the implications of the South Placer jail. We've talked about the implications related to Measure F. We have decreased operating margin as well, which is having that has an overall impact related to flexibility for your board and the ability to absorb impacts. So what's the big picture? We really have two different levels of fiscal and policy implications. And the first one is just dealing with 1213, setting aside, just based on a status quo approach. So status quo, 1213, we have this $5.1 million, pardon me, I think I transferred myself to the state for a minute, a $5.1 million challenge before the county. And there are a variety of approaches that could be used on the public safety fund side related to, since there are fewer tools available, related to do that. And these are merely trying to provide what the implications may be of taking different approaches of your board rather than seeking specific direction to move in one way or another. Certainly it can be absorbed within the public safety fund, or it could be absorbed within the general fund through reprioritizing of revenues. There's reserves both on the general fund side and the public safety fund side that could be used on a one-time basis, either for one-time related cost or as a one-time patch related to the deficit. Or you can take sort of a mix and match approach related to absorbing portions on the general fund side and the public safety fund side. When we think about the second level of policy challenge or implication, this is the big one in terms of dollars, which is the timing, the approach, the implications, the capacity demands that are driving that related to operation of the South Placer facility. And there are a couple of different approaches that could be used related to that. Certainly from an initial startup standpoint, there could be what I would describe as like a limit the immediate operational impacts approach, where to the extent that there are one-time related costs like the initial startup costs, those could be funded from a one-time source such as a reserve, and then thereby limiting what the initial operational impacts might be throughout the countywide system. There could certainly be a balanced sort of walk down the middle approach in terms of limiting operational impacts to some degree, but also maintaining your board's flexibility related to maintaining some level of reserves going forward to address other challenges, which I'll chat about in just a second. And then finally, an approach related to the ongoing fiscal implications and reprioritizing within your largest discretionary area, which is in the general fund, and the implications of doing so. So there are other challenges that are out there as well that I want to at least keep on the radar. Certainly there are a couple of sewer loan that are out there related to the Applegate sewer and also the Sewer Maintenance District number 3. AB 109 funding and responsibilities, to the extent that the demands outweigh what the resources are from the state. The interoperable radio project, which is about an $11 million initial capital cost, some of which has actually been funded out of grant revenues as opposed to the general fund, which is fantastic news. And unknown 12-13 department budget requests, which we won't see until we get to early February. We get those as part of our normal process. We do our best guess as to what's likely to occur, pulling out one-time revenues and expenditures, but it's really at that point in the process that we'll have a really good sense of what the additional requests might be and come back to your board with a discussion about those. Some options for board consideration. Certainly the general fund reserve remains available as a priority to reprioritize from your board. Capital projects funding, which we've talked about over the course of this past year. We are assuming $4.5 million of a contribution to the capital facilities area. That's consistent with your board's action related to the capital facilities financing plan that was approved in July, but those dollars remain available to reprioritize. Your board could request departments absorb the benefit increases on the general fund side. That would be about a $1.7 million savings. There could be further restrictions related to hiring, both to preserve fund balance in 2011-12 and create additional board flexibility to reprioritize funding going forward. Including some level of reduction scenarios in our budget rollout, which is sort of the budget geeky way to say each year in January we roll out our initial budget to departments with specific requests and targets related to funding amounts. And since the downturn in the economy, we've included reduction scenarios in each year to have some sense for what the impact would be of a 5% reduction, a 7% reduction. So to be able to work through the budget development process in a way where your board would have some tools available to it, and we could deal with state impacts. For example, if the state was going to come in and propose substantial reductions, which has occurred actually in each of the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And so that certainly remains as an option. So today, this is more informational, trying to define what the parameters are. There's not a formal action that is needed or is being requested relative to the January budget rollout. We would proceed to finalize the details related to that, which we're doing over the course of the next week or two, and provide options to best position the county and your board relative to developing that 12-13 budget, where we would be coming back and reporting to you in that February-March timeframe. Certainly could incorporate any direction that your board would provide here today and going forward. And I've just outlined relative to next steps what the different milestones are related to that 12-13 budget development. Historically, we come back, we'll do a January budget update once the state budget has come out. We'll talk about updated assessment implications of the state budget and the department requests when we get to the February-March timeframe, and through your board's direction, then package the proposed budget to bring back to you in June, have the annual budget workshops in August, and then package together that final budget for your board's approval in the month of September. And with that, I am available for any questions that you might have.
Well, first I'd like to be the first one to wish you a Merry Christmas. Thanks for...
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Mine was last month.
Again, just compliments for the good work you've done, the analysis, but I'll just turn it over. I think, Kirk, you had your light on first, and then Jim and Jennifer.
A couple questions relating to the some of the realignment stuff. Can you, or is there somebody who can provide an explanation of the two folks that are currently being housed by the state at a cost of $125,000 to the county per? Can you give me an insight into who are these individuals? Why is the state housing them, and why is it costing us $125,000 per?
My understanding they're juveniles.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't think we should be talking about.
So I can talk conceptually.
I'm not asking for name, rank, and serial number. I want to know what kind of person is required to go into.
I just want to make sure we don't. With only two people, it's subject. It doesn't take long to figure out who you're talking to.
So what I can tell you is that these are the folks that we are unable to manage locally. I can tell you that this category of juvenile offenders was originally proposed to be included in the 2011 realignment. So the state intended to shift responsibility of these folks to us and pulled it out, given that counties do not have, we and other counties do not have the local infrastructure related to managing these folks. They are not folks that we could, for example, incorporate with the rest of the juvenile offenders that we manage locally within the county. We're not currently paying $125,000. I would say it's a safe assumption that to the extent that counties start paying $125,000, the interest in trying to come up with something locally would likely be increased dramatically, because I don't know what the cost would be locally, but it may be well under $125,000 per juvenile offender. And I'm I believe that would be the intent of the state, is to try to force that conversation. Becky knows this area far better than I do, so I'll let her speak more specifically to it as well.
Becky Riggin, County Executive Office, and being mindful of council's guidance on this, I would say that these two juveniles that we're discussing here have extensive backgrounds. They have been in receipt of all of the programs and the options that we have locally, and collectively the justice system, including the bench, feel that housing at the state is the appropriate disposition for these folks right now.
Okay, and so by virtue of the fact that we have two people at the state of California being housed, the state unilaterally gets to impose a $125,000 per person fee to the county. We're anticipating under the 109 realignment approximately 350 inmates currently housed in state prison coming back to the county, somewhere in that neighborhood? Three?
Yes.
And in addition to us receiving approximately 350 inmates from state prison back to county jail, they're going to write us a check for about $3.5 million, or about $10,000 per inmate coming back. So the state gets to unilaterally impose a fee to us of $125,000, and then gets to unilaterally say that they think a reasonable compensation for the cost of us absorbing their state prison inmates is $10,000. Is that about accurate? Mm-hmm. Okay. So at what point do we as counties exercise some kind of legal action and say, how is it that one governmental jurisdiction has the authority to unilaterally impose these kinds of costs on another? Is there any groundswell amongst counties when we look at the costs associated with realignment and what the state is forcing on us? Do we have absolutely no recourse?
Well, I'd be happy to look into the question. I have not seen any discussions of litigation. The general principle, of course, being that counties are political subdivisions of the state of California, and we do what trash they ask us to do.
I share Supervisor Euler's frustration because it appears that the state is giving us 25 cents to do a job that they couldn't do for $1. And it is extremely difficult position to be in.
Then bringing it back home, and this might be a conversation that I will need to have a little bit more in depth with Devin and with George, but I'm looking at slide 14, which is showing our full year operational cost scenarios, and I'm looking in particular at at our staffing to inmate ratios of Auburn versus South Placer, and I'm seeing Auburn a 4-to-1 inmate to staffing ratio, whereas down at South Placer it's only 2.7 to 1. I'm seeing a cost per inmate at Auburn of about $62,000 a year, and a cost at South Placer of about $77,000, almost $78,000 a year. And I thought that the South Placer facility was far more efficient in terms of layout and tools and all those fun things, and so I had kind of assumed that a full operational cost would show South Placer hopefully coming in with better staffing ratios and a lower cost per inmate housed. So I think it would be worthwhile, again, we don't need to dig into it today, but I think it would be worthwhile for you. I'd like to know what's behind these numbers at some point, and maybe at the next budget workshop when the board comes back, we can have a little discussion of that. Because I know I didn't have the opportunity to hit you with this in advance, otherwise I'm sure you'd be springing to your feet and running up here with all the answers. So if we could just, between now and then, I'd like to meet with you and then maybe make a presentation back to the board on those costs.
And that was the staff intent, to come back with a specific workshop on the jail costs in general, probably following the AB 109 presentation. Will probably come up in January. But just as a quick, I believe what the SO did is that this is to open up the facility to the minimum cost to open it up, not necessarily directly related to the bed cost. The more beds you open up in South Placer, the cheaper per bed cost it is. So, but we'll go into that more extensively during the workshop.
Well, and that would be a good explanation, but the column on slide 14 does delineate full operational capacity, and so maybe a misheading of the column that might have given me that impression, or maybe there's something else. But again, we've taken up enough time on this item today. I'd be happy to sit and meet with sheriff staff at some point in the future.
Okay, Jim, Jennifer, then Chuck.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you and the CEO staff for rolling this out first. I know it's a very kind of a bleak situation. I just wanted to talk about your next steps. You've got January state budget update, February, March, county budget update, but you forgot the May revise. Having been through this several times, particularly not only here but on the school board, we know that staff scrambles on a daily basis coming up to the May revise. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and let everybody know that you guys are working hard trying to analyze what's coming forward from the state at the May revise. So thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the meeting yesterday and just giving me a little bit to think about between yesterday and today in terms of this. On slide number 28, you said proceed to finalize January 6th budget rollout. That's the state, January 6th?
Actually, that's our date.
Okay.
Right. So we have the state's budget comes out on or about January 10th of each year. We do our budget rollout somewhere in the neighborhood of the first or second week in January. For 12/13, we are targeting that January 6th date to roll out the initial base budget for departments to complete.
Okay, but that would then not be at a Board of Supervisors meeting. Since our
Yes,
first
that's
meeting.
correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
good. I just was a little unclear about the specificity of that date. Thank you for pointing out the May revise. I noticed that as well. I'm just going to move back very quickly through some of these slides. And slide number 23, fiscal and policy implications. One of the policy implications in that slide is redirect portion of capital project support. Is that, are you talking about just the contribution that we would be making to capital projects, or are you potentially proposing deferring, delaying, or not doing specific capital projects? If so, what do we have in mind, if anything?
So my intent was merely to lay out what an option may be, and in this case, the wording actually was specifically related to the $4.5 million capital projects contribution,
Okay.
as opposed to funding that may have already been set aside for specific projects.
Great, thank you. I really just needed that clarification.
So what I would note is that to the extent that the support for the capital facilities financing plan is reprioritized to another purpose, it would have an impact on the delivery of some of the projects. Specifically what that impact may be, we would have to, we'd have to work through exactly how that would play out based on timing of projects, when the costs hit, and what the project priorities may be over the course of the next several years. But it certainly could have an impact, given that the capital facilities financing plan assumed the $4.5 million contribution in order to fully fund the projects that your board approved in July.
Thank you. Want to thank Supervisor Euler for bringing up slide 14. I think I did the same math as he did and went, wait a minute, this isn't what I thought we were going to come up with. So Supervisor Euler, if you wouldn't mind, when you had that meeting with PCSO, I would love to join you in that, because I had the exact same questions as you did in terms of that. Slide number 13, realignment, revenue, public safety. Just as we went through that, I was just, mulling over in my own mind, what is the policy of this board? What is it that we see as being important in the 109 realignment? And when we had discussions about this earlier in the summer, back in the summer when it wasn't 20 degrees outside, we had a discussion here on the board about what policy do we see this supporting? Do we want to take a quarter of the dollars that the state uses for these folks that are going to be coming back to us, because they're not giving us the full funding to take care of them? So what model do we want to use with that very limited money that's coming? And I think the policy question really for this board, the overarching policy question is, do we use the state's model, which frankly hasn't worked because they have a 70% recidivism rate, of incarcerate, throw away the key, and just really focus on that element of it, or do we use incarceration, treatment, rehabilitation, and monitoring as the best and most effective way to use those very, very limited dollars? And so just throwing in my 2 cents on that, I just really think when we come back with that discussion about 109, we should be very mindful of that policy. You know, how do we, as a board, see the best use of those dollars? We did talk a little bit, again, Supervisor Euler brought this up, the $250,000, the $125,000 each per juvenile. I know, because we had painfully long discussions about this, that you and Becky and everybody has really looked into alternatives, but I would just continue to encourage us to think about, are there alternatives that we can do locally for these two individuals, or maybe in conjunction with Nevada County, maybe create some sort of partnership with some of the local counties to reduce those costs. I know you've looked into a lot of alternatives, but I think we need to consider really continuing to try to think outside this $125,000 person box, because frankly, as I said, we could put them up at the Ritz-Carlton, hire a psychiatrist to spend 24 hours a day with them, get the TOT back on the Ritz-Carlton rental, and probably come out better. So, just my suggestion. On slide number 7, you talked about hiring having increased in this budget year. Wanted to be clear on that. All OPEB costs have been paid up front under our new regime, correct, for those hires?
That is correct. Consistent with your board's policy of, I think it was approved September 7, 2010, all the external hires that are listed here have incurred a upfront OPEB cost of $52,000.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the discussion. And then I think last on slide 6, property taxes continuing to decline. We're expecting still a decline of about 1% next year, which is better than we've seen, but still a decline, correct?
Much better than we've seen over the past few years, but still a decline.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. And again, appreciate very much all the work that the CEO's office has done, and also the help that PCSO has given you on this, because it's obviously going to take all of us working together to make this happen.
Jack.
Yeah, Graham, again, kudos for keeping us up to date on the work that you're doing and what's going on with the state budget. Just to kind of address one of the topics that Supervisor Montgomery just raised with regards to what policy that the county is going to adopt in implementing AB 109. You're going to see that in full force here pretty quick, I believe at the beginning of January, when the Community Corrections Partnership presents its data and its plan for implementation of AB 109. I can tell you that all of the departments, Health and Human Services, Corrections, Sheriff, DA, Probation, Public Defender have all been participating and working very diligently to come up with the strategy to best utilize the funds that are going to be coming, and also with the and utilize the resources that we have. It's a very interesting plan, having participated in the development of how things are moving since the middle of the summer. That plan is coming to focus very quickly, and I anticipate some good discussions in furtherance in closing out that policy, as well as we end the year and begin the next year and actually having to roll it out. Also, you had mentioned the discussion on OPEB, and I just kind of want to make sure that we're kind of on the same page here. What I would hope to see is a range of different options and comparisons as to what we do, what our policy is, what flexibility is there, and also what other cities and counties do with their OPEB requirements. I think it was presented in one of the workshops we had just a while ago on overarching principles of what we could do with certain funding sources. That OPEB is not a legal requirement; it's an accounting requirement. But we also have obligations down the road that meet up with that accounting requirement, and I just want to make sure that we have the full range of viewpoints and options, good or bad, to have that discussion.
Certainly, we'll pull those together.
Jim.
Just the OPEB is a very important issue for those that may be watching us on a screen at home. Could you just say what OPEB stands for?
other post-employment benefits. So these would be things like health insurance in retirement.
Okay, I knew that, but I just wanted to
And
make sure that.
right, that's right. And there's a dollar amount that we need to fund each year in order to ensure that our liability does not grow. And the upfront OPEB policy was approved by your board with the intent to maintain that and not have it increase any further going forward.
Good, thank you.
Thanks, Graham. And I particularly want to thank you for slides 23 and 4, which make a great attempt at an impossible task, which is to try to convert policy into budgetary implications. But I think that's what we all need to ponder as we move forward. From my perspective, knowing that it's imperfect and knowing that I've voted in the past to not honor this perfectly, to the extent that we can departmentalize our costs with the revenues, I think that's critically important. So at least if we decide, as we have in the past, to use general funds to backfill revenue sources for HHS and public protection, we need to know exactly what that amount is as best it can be delineated and the policy implications of all of that, so we can allocate these scarce resources as best we can and into the long term. So with that, again, thank you. I don't see any other comments or lights. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board on this issue or make any comments? Please come forward and state your name. Seeing none, thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
We'll now take up item 6, which is a report from Rui on the completed studies associated with North Auburn, Ophir Fire and Dry Creek Fire Zone benefits, etc. I shall, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If you'll accommodate just a quick response to a question that you asked back in August, I'll go ahead and just start with that. Again, for the record, my name is Rui Cunha. I'm the Assistant Director of Emergency Services with Placer County, and I'm joined this morning by Fire Chief Brad Harris, who's not only our fire chief for the Placer County Fire System, but also the fire chief for the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. You may recall, Mr. Chairman, that you had asked me back in August that when I come back with the studies that I answer a question that you had in relation to the variations in tax rates that are collected for fire service throughout the county. And so ultimately I put together a short memorandum that discusses that. But basically what it shows is within Placer County, when you look at all the tax rate areas that are supporting fire service for all of the fire protection districts, the Placer County Fire System, and so on, you see a pretty wide variation in tax rates and tax rate increment, if you will, for those various entities. Basically, it goes from 0% to 14.52%, which of course are percentages of the 1% of base property tax. And that is obviously influences very significantly what type of service may be available in any one of the various jurisdictions. These different rates exist primarily because they are representative of the rates that were locked in during the mid-'70s with Prop 13 and the implementing legislation of AB 8. The rates that I'm showing here, and I won't go into this with a lot of detail, but certainly will entertain any other questions that you might have. These are pre-ERAF shift rates, just so that you know ERAF isn't impact or is not shown here.
ERAF for many of these jurisdictions represent a reduction in the revenues from anywhere from 7 to 18%, depending on which jurisdiction you are in. The primary reason that there is this very significant variation is because of where you were in service level at the time that the rates were locked in. To some degree, it's completely random. For areas of Placer County that had no service, there's a 0% rate. For areas of Placer County that were primarily volunteer service, there's usually a 1 to 3% rate, depending on the area. And then for areas that were fully staffed, that's where you see some of the higher rates that exist here. Once those were locked in, if you were fully staffed at that time, you've benefited over the last 40 years from a very significant portion of property tax that comes in to fund your fire service. If you had no service going or were a volunteer organization in the mid-70s, you have a very low portion of property tax that funds your fire service. The impacts are that it makes it very difficult to keep up with development if you are in an area that has a very low tax rate without creating additional charges somehow, some way to account for that development. And it is one of the challenges that we experience in the Placer County fire system, especially with the very low rates that we have. Subject to any other questions, I believe that answers the mail, Chairman, on what you had asked about.
Mr. Chair.
Jim.
It's just ironic that some of the smaller fire districts are volunteer, were very cost effective, they had limited budgets, and they used those budgets to their best availability, and now they're being actually penalized for being such conservative fiscal agents. And so it's just one of those ironies that we have to deal with.
No, understood.
Jennifer?
I may be getting ahead of myself, but first off, thank you for this analysis because it does answer the question that was asked earlier. And again, I may be getting ahead of myself because it may be in the report you're about to give. But have we looked at what the median and the mean would have to be in order to become self-supporting for North Auburn over fire?
To answer that question directly, no. What I can tell you is that we know that we need to generate, and I will talk a little bit more about this, about $570,000 a year in additional revenue in order to be self-sufficient in North Auburn over fire. What that would translate to in terms of a tax increment rate, I can't tell you that without backing into that number, and I just haven't done that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. See no other questions. Thanks, Rory.
Okay, if I can go ahead and move on to the primary reason why I'm here. The item that's before you asked that, one, that I provide you information on the completed studies for North Auburn over fire and Dry Creek. It also asked that you direct staff to complete necessary actions that will allow North Auburn over fire community to determine its future level of fire service through a special tax initiative focused on June 5th primary election. And I'll get into that, obviously, in much greater detail. Additionally, it asks, in relation to Dry Creek, that your board authorize the continued use of one-time reserves to fund operations in the preparation of the fiscal year 12-13 budget for Dry Creek. As your board is aware, during the fiscal year 11-12 budget cycle, your board was briefed on various challenges that we were experiencing specifically in North Auburn over fire and the Dry Creek area. Those are the two hardest hit areas, hardest hit primarily because of the reduction in property tax values, and with that, the corresponding reduction in property tax revenues to both of those areas. Those studies are now complete, and that is what I'm presenting at this time. I'd like to start very quickly with Dry Creek, and then I'll move from there to North Auburn Ophir Fire. Dry Creek Fire is staffed with 2 firefighters on duty full-time. That staffing is augmented with community volunteers and resident volunteers in order to provide the service for the greater Dry Creek area. While the study looked at the possibility of cost reduction options in Dry Creek, cost reduction options are very, very difficult, especially when you're down to 2 firefighters on full-time. Cost reduction options are primarily what we would normally term as a brownout of the station, which is feasible, and it is something that you do see from time to time within fire service. But brownout means that you've essentially reduced or eliminated a shift. And so that means that on 1 day or 2 days a week, you don't have anybody at the station. If calls come in, you're really relying on the rest of the system to come in and provide that service. If our system was in Dry Creek and around the Dry Creek area, if it had a little more depth of resources, it might be possible to consider an option such as a brownout in Dry Creek. But quite frankly, we don't. There's not a depth of resources in the Dry Creek area that would allow that type of cost reduction measure, at least as we've analyzed it in the study. We believe, and the study bears out, that we've done a pretty good job of keeping costs flat, certainly over the 4 years where we've experienced this economic downturn. But quite frankly, keeping the cost flat has not kept up with the 29% reduction in property tax revenues for the Dry Creek area. So that's really why Dry Creek is in the position that it is. It is a revenue problem. It is not a cost problem. The study also took a look at what the existing reserves were, and really over a 10-year time frame, what is it that we could do? What are the options? And suppose that we were to run Dry Creek over that 10-year time frame and not do anything. And so over that 10-year time frame, the study estimates that Dry Creek could in fact run certainly through fiscal year 13-14, using the existing reserves and drawing down on those reserves over that period. But then over the 10-year time frame, we would eventually go into deficit spending. And again, over the 10-year time frame, we would arrive at a point where we would have about $1 million worth of deficit in Dry Creek if we did nothing. That $1 million in deficit includes $215,000 in the existing loan in Dry Creek as we speak. $1 million is probably higher than what we would ever want to arrive at for this specific area. But I think the good news is, as it relates to Dry Creek, is that there is an opportunity to delay decisions on what it is that we do. And certainly the existing reserves that have been collected over a number of years are really allowing us to consider that. I do want to point out that nearly half of that deficit amount over a 10-year time frame does include apparatus replacement. And there are some decisions, there is some flexibility within the fire service on when we replace apparatus, and it can have a material effect on what those deficits are. As a result, staff, certainly as we are preparing for the 2014-15 budget, obviously a couple of years from now, we do believe we are going to have to come back with an assessment of the Dry Creek area, assuming that your board agrees that we can move forward with the continued use of reserves to function in Dry Creek. Ultimately, with that, we can decide how it is that we want to proceed, both in terms of apparatus replacement, but then also in terms of what other types of initiatives we might want to consider. There are a number of options here, And there are a number of options, primarily because we do see some development occurring within the Dry Creek area that will, in fact, build additional revenues that over a 10-year time frame actually will allow Dry Creek to become solvent. Any questions on Dry Creek?
Jack?
Yeah, thanks for, and I know we talked about this before, and just to clarify here, what your recommendation is that we move forward, continue to use reserves, and then you would come back and provide us options at the 2013 or 2013-14 budget period?
That's correct.
Okay.
See no other questions?
Okay, I'll move on to North Auburn for fire. North Auburn for fire is a significantly different problem. I'm going to start off a little bit with just a quick rundown of what service is provided in North Auburn for fire. North Auburn for fire has 3 fire stations. One of those stations is the Atwood station, basically Atwood and 49. That station is staffed with 4 firefighters 24/7. The other station is the Ophir station. That station is staffed with full-time firefighters, 2 full-time firefighters 24/7. And the third fire station is the Lone Star station, which is unstaffed. There are apparatus that we do position within that station, but bottom line is it is currently unstaffed. North Auburn for fire is, as an entity, the busiest fire entity in all of the unincorporated county area. The Atwood station is the busiest fire station in all of the unincorporated Placer County area. There are some city fire stations that are in fact busier. Just to give you an example, Roseville Station 1 does about 4,000 calls per year out of Roseville Station 1. Not surprisingly, given the density of population there. But the Atwood Station does 2,000 calls per year, so very, very significant. That single station does more calls than most of the fire districts in total in Placer County. So I think it's important to understand that it is a very, very active area. And again, not surprisingly, with its proximity to 49, as well as all of the development that exists along Highway 49, commercial and otherwise. Mobile home parks, yes, sir. Long-term care facilities, quite frankly, the jail. The jail brings us a lot of business. So those are areas that are part of the demands for North Auburn for fire. With 2,000 calls or nearly 2,400 calls for service, I think it's important for the board to understand that we're able to handle 84% of our calls. That means 16% of our calls with 6-person staffing and 3 engines running 24/7. 16% of our calls in the North Auburn for fire we can't handle. We can't handle them because we have simultaneous calls on a number of occasions, or we can't handle them because the call has such a significant demand for labor, if you will, that 6 firefighters and 3 fire engines doesn't get there. I'm going to let Brad here in just a couple of seconds relay a little story. Happened last night, so it's real relevant and it's real current as it relates to this depth of resources issue that exists within North Auburn for fire. The study concludes that North Auburn for fire has a good mix of apparatus. It concludes that the positioning of stations is proper and appropriate given the area. But it does conclude that that the depth of resources in North Auburn for fire is not optimal given the volume of calls and the types of calls that North Auburn for fire responds to. I mention that because we're going to talk here in a couple of seconds about a couple of options, one a revenue option, another one a service reduction option, and it is important to understand that where we are today is with a service level that, quite frankly, is not optimal for the calls that exist. So, Brad, I'm going to let you relay your story about last night. It's pretty fascinating.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, I'm Brad Harris. I'm the fire chief for Placer County Fire, and I'm also the unit chief for CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer unit. We talk a lot about the numbers that cost to run the fire department, but we really don't put a face on what the calls that we're running actually are. Last night, we probably had a good example of what happens and when you don't have the depth of resource that you need. And it's really a testament not only to what's going on in Placer County Fire, but going on in the fire service in general as we're all starting to see our revenues decline. About 10:30 last night, we got our first report of a structure fire. Generally, in the business of firefighting, structure fires are a fairly routine call. They're very labor intensive, but they're fairly routine. So our first call of a structure fire came in the Placer Hills Fire Protection District. Based on the calls that they were receiving, they knew that they were going to need staffing to do it. So they activated their mutual and their automatic aid systems in order to get additional resources. Those resources came from us. When Placer Hills arrived, they found that they had a single-family residence well involved in fire. It was going to take a good deal of staffing to put that fire out, a good deal of resources to put that fire out. So they called for the resources that they needed. Almost simultaneously, about 3 minutes after they arrived on scene on their fire, we got the report of our second structure fire, this time in the Dry Creek area of Auburn. This building was 4,000 square foot residential home. The closest fire engine, because the move up and cover hadn't had a chance to take place yet, came from Outwood. So after a 13-minute response, the first fire engine arrived at the scene of the fire on Dry Creek to find that building well involved, the attic space well involved. At the height of the fire, it needed 6 fire engines and the staffing from those 6 fire engines to suppress the fire. And then there was also the support or pieces of equipment that they needed to respond. Both fires were in areas that weren't hydrated, so we needed to have water tenders respond. Which takes additional staff to staff those water tenders and bring them to the scene of the 2 fires that we had going on. We have to have support vehicles to respond to bring more breathing air to the firefighters so that they can don their breathing apparatus and continue to engage in the firefight, the salvage, and the overhaul that occurs. That's just the apparatus it takes to fight those 2 fires. What's going on behind the scene is business doesn't stop because we have 2 fires. There's still going to be medical aids. There's still going to be additional fires. There's going to be calls for service throughout the county. As a result of these 2 fires, every fire protection district, every city in Placer County on the west slopes was impacted. City of Rockland had a fire engine that they graciously moved up to cover our Bowman station so that we would have something in the I-80 corridor. We actually had the Dry Creek Fire Station engine, as it was moving up, was caught up and it's into the fire in the Dry Creek area of Auburn. So these are incidents that occur regularly, and this is a wintertime incident. Structure fires are fewer and farther between than the fires that we see in the summertime with our vegetation fire, which are generally more complex and even more labor and apparatus intensive. Given the state of the fire services we have it today, we could barely meet the needs of just 2 fires that occurred in Placer County. We're looking at not only service reductions within our jurisdiction, but service reductions in every jurisdiction around us. So it's going to further exacerbate the problem that we have. There's going to be fewer fire apparatus to respond to the emergencies, which means we're going to have to prioritize and maybe not go to some of the emergencies we used to simply because we do not have the apparatus to do it.
Thank you, Brad. I want to get into a little bit on the fiscal summary. Again, the study was looked at over a 10-year period. Ultimately, North Auburn for Fire is not expected to achieve an operating surplus at any time. In fact, over that 10-year period, North Auburn for Fire is expected to generate up to $4.6 million in deficit, again, if we did nothing and just ran the North Auburn for Fire as it is today. I do think that it is important for the board to understand that of that $4.6 million worth of deficit, about $1.6 million is attributable to operating costs. Another $3 million is attributable to apparatus replacement. And I'll get into apparatus replacement real quick. I'm not going to, the details are in the staff report, but I do think that it's important for the board to understand that when Placer County assumed responsibility for fire protection services within the former Placer Consolidated Area, now North Auburn for Fire, Placer County did inherit a firefighting fleet of 21 vehicles. Over time, working with CAL FIRE, we've been able to reduce that number of vehicles from 21 to 14, and where we are today is with 14 fire apparatus and various vehicles to support the system. We think that's a pretty good mix. It certainly meets the best standards, insurance standards related to having the appropriate mix of apparatus for hydrated versus non-hydrated areas, plus residential, commercial, industrial areas. So we have about the right apparatus mix for what the insurance would ask us to have, within this area. But it's an aging fleet. And in the 10-year time horizon of this study, 11 of 14 vehicles would be projected to be replaced. Now, there is some operational decisions that we can make, and whether those are replaced new or used, that's, again, those are decisions that we can make. The $3 million does represent a mix of new versus used, but as an example, the ladder truck in that $3 million number is, in fact, projected to be replaced new. I'm not sure we can do that, and certainly I get into some of that discussion in here. 8 of 14 vehicles are in fact over 21 years old, and the ladder truck itself is 30 years old. There are some best practices within the fire service that would have you replacing your frontline engines about every 15 years, and certainly a ladder truck every 20 years. We're well past that with at least certainly the ladder truck, but then also one of our other frontline engines. And quite frankly, for the ladder truck, it's something that we do need to replace, and I do need to come back to the board in this budget cycle to try to persuade your board to agree with replacing that ladder truck. The study indicates that reserves will last us through fiscal year 13-14. Quite frankly, if your board approves purchasing a ladder truck, that's not going to happen. I can just tell you. So it's a necessary piece of apparatus given the growth that we have in the North Auburn for Fire area. But quite frankly, if we replace it, even if we replace it used, we are not going to be able to feather those reserves for as long as the study had indicated. I'm going to talk briefly about the service reduction options. The service reduction options, there are two that we laid out. We laid out a service reduction option that has us going from 6 firefighters to 4 firefighters on duty within North Auburn for Fire. Another one that goes from 6 to 5. The savings in reducing to 4 firefighters is over $510,000. $510 is what's in the report. I know that it's more than that. It would keep us solvent if we did that service reduction option. It would keep us solvent, but it goes back to that depth of resources issue that we talked about. And quite frankly, we would not be running 3 engines anymore. We'd be running a maximum of 2. Even if we go from 6 to 5, again, we would not be running 3 engines anymore. We'd be running a maximum of 2 engines with 5 firefighters. So we would still have a depth of resources issue. Both reduction options absolutely impact response times. They will absolutely impact that depth of resources. They would absolutely impact our neighboring fire jurisdictions that support us all the time. There would there would likely be insurance issues that we would experience in some of the areas around North Auburn for fire from those reductions. Certainly, it might make it more difficult to get insurance. There may be additional premiums that are paid as a result of the lack of firefighting capability in and around some of the areas. You have an awful lot of information in the staff report, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up in the interest of time. I know that you've seen quite a bit here. My specific recommendation is that we continue, that your board approve the use of one-time reserves for Dry Creek for this coming budget year. It's likely that I'll make that same recommendation next budget year as well. But with North Auburn for Fire, it's recommended that your board direct staff to come back to you on January 24th with a resolution approving a special tax initiative within the North Auburn for Fire area to deal with what is truly a revenue issue in North Auburn for Fire, in order to at least allow the community an opportunity to, one, understand the depth of resources issues that exist here, and allow the community to make a decision about how the community wants to proceed on that issue. Subject to any questions that you might have, that concludes my formal presentation.
Jennifer, then Jim.
Rui, Brad, thank you very much for the presentation, the background information, and the sadly enlightening story from last night. If we were to go to a 4 or 5 person crew, understanding that that would mean 2 engines, not 3, what would happen to that 16% that we're already not able to serve?
There is no real formula we can plug in to determine what the increase would be, but logic would dictate that if with 6 people on duty staffing 3 fire engines currently, we're not able to reach 16% of our calls. That if we reduce that by a third, we're going to see some increase in that 16%. How great that'll be, there's no way to determine it until the point that we actually do it, and then have a year's worth of data to base it on.
Mm-hmm. Thinking about this just again from long-term budgeting and county policy questions, the concern that really immediately comes to my mind is a much larger concern than just as relates to fire service in the area, but long-term growth in the North Auburn area particularly, and the implications for whether long-term growth is something this board should continue to support in the North Auburn area if we don't have a level of fire service response that is adequate to serve that new growth, given that we already have that 16% hanging out there. And since this board is going to be looking over the next couple of years at proposals as, potentially a Costco at DeWitt, which is in this area, some other growth, as part of the sewer discussions, where some of our dollar numbers have been relying on growth in the North Auburn area to cover some of those costs. But if we don't have fire service to adequately serve that new growth, I think we're going to have a very long, hard conversation with ourselves about where we go on this. So I really, again, just want to thank you, and cannot really stress how dire this situation is, and again, not just for the fire service, but for the bigger vision that we all have as a board for the North Auburn area. Not a lot of good options here, but thank you very much for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, as many of you know, I've served on that North Auburn Placer Consolidated at the time. I started on that board in 1987, and guess what? The district was in financial dire straits. Here we are again. The vehicles that need to be replaced, we actually put in a benefit assessment of $48 a year on households. I think it was 36 for mobile homes. And we use those funds to buy those trucks. And here we are. They've got good use out of them. I know before I left that board, we had to replace the cylinder heads on 2 of them, which were $5,000 a piece. So they are overdue. When I got on the board, we had our our primary engines were two 1955 fire engines that belonged in a museum. But we were, and I was proud to be able to bring those forward. The ladder truck we purchased for $225,000 in the early 90s, I believe, and we got it from Elmira, New York. And the reason why they got rid of it was because it wasn't looking good in their parades. So anyhow, we've got good use out of that. Although every year when it came up for its annual inspection, it was, we were shaking in our boots, and sometimes it failed, and we had to pump more money into it. And over the years, as my business was on Highway 49, I could see the calls and the trucks, and you'd be surprised how many of them go to the mobile home parks, to the senior centers, senior living centers. And I still live out there, and as I go down Bell Road, I see those trucks there periodically at the Oaks of Auburn and those types of places. The calls are for older people that simply can't get out of bed, or seriously fall out of bed, or fall down in their homes. So we have continuous calls for those kind of events, and that doesn't include the rear-enders and the accidents on Highway 49. So the call volume is tremendous, and we just need to, we're going to have to go out and ask the people in North Auburn and Oprah if they want to have that same level of service. When Placer Consolidated was incorporated into the county fire system, we made sure that we were down to the bones, so there wasn't any extra cost coming into the county. We had a captain retire, or actually moved on to another fire district. We did not replace that. As people got out of the system, we didn't fill those. We were cut back on any extra expenses to bring that service into the county. I know Therese Leonard wore out about 2 or 3 pencil sharpeners trying to make sure that worked. So, I know we're down to the bones again in North Auburn Fire, but the amount of calls out there requires us to go to the people and ask them what kind of service do they want to proceed with. So I would, although it's difficult sell, but I would encourage us to go forward with a ballot measure in June. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I don't see any of the lights, but I think, well, first of all, is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Yeah, Joe.
There we go, we're speaking. Good morning, everybody. I'm Joe Tenike, and I am the director for CDF Firefighters here in Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. And I first off would like to just echo the sentiments of my chief, Brad Harris, here in Rui, and thank for the board for the past and support. I think you're going to find, and the public will find, that this is something that they simply cannot afford not to do once everything becomes clear. And if you look at what the chief said, the implications of we're already not supporting 16% of the calls now, able to go out and mitigate those successfully. What's going to happen if you reduce service by one engine company there and shut down the busiest station in the unincorporated area of Placer County to one fire engine, which will in effect reduce the level of service there by 60% when you look at the fact that we can't cross-staff the truck, the water tender, or the rescue. That's going to be pretty graphic. And from a fiscal standpoint for the board to consider, if folks can't afford to pay the insurance premiums, and we've talked to insurance brokers and have staff work under development already right now, the question is not only just the increase in insurance premiums, it's the fact that they may say we're not going to insure you at all. And so if we become an unfriendly business climate here in Placer County and folks relocate to a place that's more friendly, we just got done looking at other things that the county's called upon to be able to support in government services right now. And so reduced government revenue hurts everything and everybody across the board. So the public safety aspect, and I realize the fire department wasn't mentioned in public safety aspect over there, it was law enforcement only, but it's the fire service aspect of public safety is a pretty critical component right there. And Chief Harris was talking about how this strip does, and that wasn't even with a rescue that's going on in there. once you start having a rescue going on a residential or commercial firefight that's going on, the staffing needs go up dramatically when you start talking about rapid intervention crews and things of that nature. And CAL FIRE during fire season can help out with some of that knockout punch, and we do. I'm a captain at Nevada City, and I've been over here covering in fire season Station 180 while we've had one construction fire attack. But that's only for part of the year. And our knockout punch got reduced by 25% when we went from 4 to 3 person staffing this year due to the state's own budgetary problems as well too. And so we're looking at our surrounding neighbors having a Higgins Fire District, Placer Hills, Lincoln City having to go through further possible staffing reductions. So the ability for them to come and help us, we can't count on that. Plus, if they have their own working incidents, we can't help on that. So our ability to be self-sustainable in our staffing levels is paramount. So I think you'll find that for the safety of the public, which is paramount for us, number one, for the safety and support of the businesses, number two, and then for the safety of the firefighters on the line, that this is something that the county's going to not be able to afford not to do. And then just reflect back to the 49 incident, and the staffing level is right there, and the ability to be able to mitigate that, and the businesses that took a while to reopen or didn't open at all, and the effect that had on them and their families and the employees, and also revenues to within the county. So when Supervisor Montgomery's talking big picture right here, and Supervisor Holmes, I think you hit a nail on the head. So what I appreciate about the board, though, and from what I've seen in my relationship with each one of you and with Rui and, of course, Chief Harris, is that there's wisdom here. And there's a difference between that and intelligence. You have wisdom, which is based on your experience, and it's applied into your actions. And so I just am hopeful that that's going to continue to go along. And so thank you for my time.
Thanks, John.
You bet.
Okay, staff is specifically seeking direction generally and specifically regarding Bragg Creek Fire Reserves to fund operations 2012-13 and the resolution authorizing a CSA Zone 193 special tax initiative to be considered. So, Jennifer, Jim?
Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to actually want a motion on this, but I would move that the board approve the use of the Dry Creek Fire Reserves to fund ongoing operations through fiscal year 2012-13. Further, I would move that we recommend the board direct staff, I would move that we direct staff to bring forward a resolution authorizing CSA Zone 193 special tax initiative to be considered by this board at the January 24, 2012 Board of Supervisors regular meeting. And last, we direct staff to complete necessary actions that will allow the North Auburn Ophir community to determine its future level of fire service through a special tax initiative on the June 5, 2012 primary election.
Second.
For the motion and second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if it's okay with everybody, I know that there are quite a few people here for item 8, so if we could jump forward to item 8 before we go to our 11:30 timed item, which will probably take some time, it would be somewhat more convenient for those folks. So if that's okay with everyone, why don't we take up item 8, which is Facility Services Animal Shelter Project 4639, and we have Joel and Rob.
Again, this is Joel Swift, Deputy Director with Facility Services. I have with me Rob Unholtz, our Capital Improvements Manager, as well as Dr. Jim Ganley from Health and Human Services, and Mike Winters with our Animal Services program. The request before your board today is really a confluence of two capital projects, our West Placer Animal Shelter and our Auburn Animal Shelter. And what we're requesting is for you to direct staff to take specific actions to proceed with the Auburn Animal Shelter, project number 4639, which includes initiating our project programming, and that involves shifting our contract, which was originally done for the West Placer facility with Indigo Architects, our master architect, to the to the program that would include the confluence of those two projects located at North Auburn, and confirming design build as the project delivery method, which was the delivery method we had been proposing on the West Placer facility, and we still believe is the appropriate delivery method for the project. Also directing staff to confirm participation of our key city partners, in particular Lincoln and Rockland, and their engagement into the facility. And also to approve the attached budget revision, which appropriates $5,105,270 from the West Placer Animal Shelter, project number 4779, to the Auburn Animal Shelter, which is project number 4639. And actually, rather than go into the detail of our memorandum, I would say that staff would be happy to answer any questions your board may have. I know that there are some folks from the public who want to speak to this as well. So with that, I'd just leave it open to your board's discretion.
Thanks, Joel. Jennifer?
Joel, I'd just like a quick clarification for the benefit of the public, and particularly for people who aren't here but are listening or watching online. I got a couple of emails questioning this $5 million roughly, and the concern was, is that the total amount? And I just want to be very clear that this is a budget revision moving that $5 million from the proposed shelter in the Roseville area to Auburn. This is not the total amount that we have envisioned for the project, but this is just a budget revision, understanding that we're not going to go forward with the Roseville facility, but we're going to redirect these dollars to an Auburn facility in conjunction, is my expectation, with the existing dollars that we've already identified for the Auburn facility. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Really, this is just that transfer of the current appropriation for the project, capital projects. We need to go through this process of developing the appropriate program and scope and determine what the budget is, the site, all of the components of the actual project. And the plan would be to return to your board with a recommendation early next year with that whole package once we really get clarity to that. The two different projects had two different capital full-blown scopes, but they had not been fully funded, nor do we anticipate this would be the full funding. Very preliminarily could be around a $12 million project. A lot of that really will depend on the scale and the scope, the number of kennels and the number of cat cages that we really want to accommodate, and what's the right scale project. So again, we will work closely with all of the staff involved and also with the community to figure out what the right project is and come back with a recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public now. So if anyone from the public would like to address this issue, please come forward and state your name.
Hi, I'm Lynn Howe with the New Hope Animal Foundation. And first, I wanted to really express my gratitude to the board and to the executive office and to Health and Human Services for all the work that we've put forth in regards to animal services. I'm really excited about this project. I think it's been a long time coming. I'm probably not going to go off my notes. I'm sorry. However, I'm up here to really encourage you for a yes vote to go forward on this project so we can get the animal shelter built in the city of Auburn. I think it's important to note that are animals more important than humans? Absolutely not. And I think that's important for me to state. However, I think that in our community and I think across for our society that how we care for our orphaned beings is very indicative of our compassion and how we feel about each other as human beings as well. So with that said, I think that it's also very clear at this point that our current animal shelter does not fit the bill. We know that we have disease control problems. I'm really not going off my notes. I'm sorry. We have disease control problems. We have space considerations. We have more animals coming into our shelter at this point that we don't have the ability to even house strays. So that means we now have a public safety issue. It's not a matter that we have too many adoptables. We can't just even house the animals that are coming in off the streets or have problems or are confiscated or are under protective custody. So the issue of a new shelter has really become even more of a priority for our community. Not only does the infrastructure itself needs to be rebuilt, but this is really a really good opportunity for us as Placer County to embrace a whole new type of mentality in regards to animal services. Let's go forward and make this a hub for the community, a place where we can show that as a collective community we are very compassionate not only about our animals but about each other, a place to really highlight, to be able to promote adoptions, to provide additional services back to the community as well. I think we have this excellent opportunity to go forward. I am not suggesting that we have, of course I would love a state-of-the-art animal shelter, but in these times, I'm very happy with the fact that we're going forward with an infrastructure that's going to be able to provide humane housing, a community center, a place where we can control disease, where we can help people with their problems, when we help teach them about responsible ownership, we can help them to be better citizens in our community. Okay, so what I'm asking the board for are a couple of things, not only for my gratitude, I'm expressing gratitude also for the fact that we have this item come before us, but to also approve it at this time and a few other things. One of those things is a realistic schedule. It's really important to us at this point that we don't fall into the considerations that we had in our previous endeavors. So really maintaining and monitoring the schedule for the development of the shelter. I would ask also that I'm not sure on these items as to when we're asking about confirmation of participation of city partners. If we don't have that confirmation, does that mean that we don't proceed? Or is it possible to ask for a drop-dead date to where we make a determination for this county that if we don't get the support of our city partners, that we proceed ahead anyways, and we come up with a plan to do that? Another one of my considerations is the RFP. Let's see, I'm really imploring you, can we expedite this process so we don't have an RFP process that lasts another year? When I went out to the community and said, hey, our animal shelter may be at risk, I got a lot of very compassionate responses to people that said, this should have already happened. I understand that we're in a new situation, but what can we do to make sure that we don't run into the same types of problems and the same types of not stalls, but delays that we ran into last time? My third question is in light of the budgeting constraints that we have due to the economy right now, I think it's still important to address. One of my questions was, it looks like total budget is going to be around $12 million for the animal shelter in Auburn. Well, I went back to all of my notes late last night, bad thing to do, and I saw that originally we had $17 million proposed for the West Placer facility and $5 million proposed for the satellite for Auburn. If 3 years ago or even 4 years ago in 2008, if we felt as a community that that was the amount of monies necessary to build an animal shelter that would service the population for the humans as well as the animals, why are we looking at $12 million now versus $22 million, and what are the differences? Understand that we may be scoping down, but I'm requesting that we identify what the differences are that we're not going to be servicing from $22 million to $12 million. Understood that $5 million of that may be because we don't need the satellite Auburn shelter, but what are the things that we're looking at and why the big difference in the monies there? And my last thing is going through the presentation for AB 109, very enlightening for me because I'm very staunch going, we need to build this animal shelter and please don't use those monies. I'm still in that position. I understand the constraints we have with AB 109, but please, it's been a long time coming. We're really in a situation where our current shelter won't even pass an OSHA investigation. We need to do something if we're going to provide animal control and animal services in our community. Please do not consider reallocating or diverting funds even later in the development process that are supposedly earmarked today for the animal shelter. Please do not allow them to be diverted for AB 109. With that said, thank you very much to each one of you. It's been a great experience for me. I'm really looking forward to helping in the development of this shelter. And I guess my last implore for you is it would be great also to allow both staff and public some input into design. There are some mandated features that we need for humane housing. I'm not talking about the 20-foot waterfall. I don't think we need that. But other types of things that we do need. So if we would be allowed to have public comment into the design, I think that would be very warranted. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, I'm Julie Anderson. I'm one of the founding partners of Animal Spay and Neuter, a nonprofit clinic, and I'm also active in rescue and work quite a bit with Field Haven. Being part of Animal Spay and Neuter, we also work with a lot of the other rescue groups. I think Lynn did a great job in going over a lot of the reasons why we have the need for this new shelter. So I'm not going to reiterate the things she said in the interest of time. But to just throw out a couple of additional tidbits, Animal Spay and Neuter, we began in 1993, and in the 18 plus years that we've been around, we've spayed and neutered over 175,000 cats and dogs, primarily in Placer County, but people do come to us from other counties. We had the vision that the numbers would decrease and that things would be, with our low-cost services, that the number of animals being relinquished to shelters would be minimized. And if anything, things have increased. Being part of receiving calls from people who need help, as well as at Field Haven, and knowing that all of the rescue groups are bursting, there is still a significant need to have a shelter that can manage things appropriately, and especially, with the medical needs and things like that. I do want to give a shout out to the great team, Mike and his team. They're actually a stellar example of people who work with rescue groups in the communities, try to do their best for animals, try to do their best for the communities. They're positive. They're great to work with. I work quite a bit with other shelters, and I just want you to know that the team that Mike runs is right up there near the top of any of them, and highly regarded for what they do. So we have strong personnel, strong volunteer base, strong rescue base wanting to work with them, and just really want to urge you to continue down this path that we've all been waiting for, to move us into not only the present, but hopefully lay some ground so that things can go on for the future, so that we don't have to be kind of in catch-up mode from now on. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this?
Good morning. My name is Candace Rousselet. I want to say thank you to all of you for being here today, and particularly to Mike Winters and his staff. I am an employee of this county, and I am a volunteer at the shelter, so I get to do both hats. And I just want to urge you to give a lot of thought and consideration to the shelter. It's very near and dear to my heart. And I know there's a lot of budget constraints, but I want all of you to just stop and think about your pets and the fact that they are as important to you as your own children in some cases, and just give it some thought and some consideration. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Marilyn Jasper, rural Loomis. I won't reiterate what everybody else has said, but there's another angle. I volunteer for a number of organizations, animal welfare organizations, and my own dog came from the Placer County Animal Shelter. When I tell people about the good adoptable dogs at the shelter, I can't tell you how many times the reaction is, "Oh, I won't go there." It's a new shelter will at least be inviting and bring people up for adopting and maybe help keep the populations down. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, could I just clarify a couple points?
Yeah, sure, Joel.
Just on the dollars, in terms of the two projects, I think it's worth noting that the West Placer was programmed at a $17 million project. Roughly 73% of the animals were coming from the city of Roseville. So that is a major shift with them not in the program. So that is really the change on the dollars. And obviously we are going to work very closely to expedite the RFP and come to the right number of animals served and the right capacity. And that participation of our other city partners, the two cities involved, Lincoln and Rockland, make up about 28% of our current population, so that does make a difference. We have ways we can manage a project and perhaps do bid alternates and programmatically address those issues. And absolutely, we were going to be looking at involving staff and public input. The architect we're working with, Indigo, is very known for their facilitation and public involvement, so that really is part of the program.
Thanks, Joel. Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, my name is Susie Bain, and I'm president and co-founder of Angels Rescuing Critters. We're a nonprofit agency that have been pulling animals from the Placer County shelter for 10 years. And the one thing I hope you remember that I say is the greatness of a county can be judged by the way its animals are treated. And I truly stand for that. And I do thank you very much for considering a new shelter in Auburn. It means a lot to me. And I want to also reiterate about how a lot of my people that I work with will not go to the shelter. They consider it the pound. Because back when it was considered the pound, animals went in and they didn't come out. And it was probably a very awful place to have to visit. For the first 4 years, I would not go into our pound. It wasn't until Lynn Howe from A New Hope said, "Come in, you've got to come in." And I got to meet the employees, and I got to stand with them and help them. And it made me realize our place is dilapidated, and our staff and our volunteers are stellar, and it just doesn't match. It doesn't match. It seems to me that they should be in a place that matches how good they are and what their jobs are. And last year we placed over 200 animals that we were able to pull from the shelter. And everyone that I have talked to, I have convinced, come and visit. And they too have that same struggle about the pound. If we have a new building, I believe it'll match the quality of help that's working with our shelter. And I also want to applaud Mike and the staff and all the volunteers. Because of them, I go there every week. And I'm very happy to say I walk through those halls and through those each one of the kennels. And it is sad to see the situation, but the people are what keep bringing me back. So please consider our new shelter, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to address this?
Hi, I'm Candace Morton, and I'm a resident of Auburn. She just made me cry, this last lady, sorry. I also am a volunteer. I do fostering with the New Hope Foundation with Lynn Howe, and I got acquainted with Lynn out of coincidence and was somehow formed a relationship there. But what happened to me was kind of a unique situation. I had some difficulties when I was living in another city, my husband and I, and we gave up our dog, and I turned it into the Santa Clara Humane Society because of some unique things that were going on in our life. And I had no choice. And about 3 days later, we found a solution, something that would kind of work for us. So I called the Humane Society. And in 3 days, they had euthanized my dog. And I wasn't able to get her back. And I think the shock of knowing that in 3 days, they already had euthanized her, I couldn't even fathom it. So it really hit me hard, obviously. And the volunteer work that I do now is kind of my repentance for what I did. And I thank you. And I just wanted to say that the reason why I get involved with this animal shelter is because they do so much to save the animals. And it means a lot to a lot of people. And I know it's a tough decision. I can definitely sympathize with that. But to have your dog go into a shelter like that and last 3 days kind of hits you a little differently than maybe just looking at it in another perspective. The other thing I wanted to interject is I also am an REO agent for Lion Real Estate, and I go into many homes now that are going through short sales and foreclosures, and I see and have tried my best to place animals for them because they're already going through a hard time and their animal means a lot to them, but they have to give them up. And I think a lot more of that's going to be continuing to happen in our area, unfortunately. And so I just am letting you know that it's a big part of, unfortunately, our economy as well, that it impacts the shelter too. So sorry, didn't mean to get so emotional about that, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this? See no one, I'll bring it back to the board for action. We have items 1 through 4 to consider.
I would move that we direct staff to initiate the project programming, confirm design build as the project delivery method, confirm participation of city partners, specifically Lincoln and Rockland, and approve the budget revision appropriating $5,105,270 from the West Placer Animal Shelter project number 4779 to the Auburn Animal Shelter project number 4639 within the Capital Project Fund.
Second.
Heard the motion and second. We need a roll call.
Montgomery?
Yes.
Rand?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Weigand?
Yes. Thank you.
And Joel, just before you go, because this has really been a passion of mine, I would really like to be involved in this as we move through the process, both with staff and with community members, to make sure that everybody's voice is being heard in the process. So if you could just keep me in the loop, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now we're going to take up our annual review of our legislative platform, and so I'm going to turn that over to Allison to kick us off. I'm telling you. You don't want to be around me too long these days.
Good morning, Allison Carlos
Allison.
with the County Executive Office for item 3 on your agenda. And with me today, over here is with Peterson Consulting, our state advocate is Paul Yoder and Karen Lang. And to my right with Holland and Knight is Rich Gold and Mike Galano, of which your board is very familiar with. The items that we're requesting your action for bundled, there are 3 requests. One is to adopt the 2012 legislative platform and to authorize staff to pursue actions and to coordinate this program around that document. We also ask for the approval of the contract for each Holland and Knight and Peterson Consulting for the calendar year 2012. And then also to designate your board members who might travel back to Washington the week of February 6th to meet with the elected and appointed officials of the U.S. government to advocate for Placer County interests. I'll do a quick overview, and then I'm just going to turn the microphone over for presentation. Both of the firms have presentations for you to give you updates on what's occurring. So annually, we do come forward and request your approval of that legislative platform. That platform is developed through the collaborative effort of multiple subject matter experts, and we use that document as the base for the advocacy program for the county. There are a number of proposals this year that are new. There are about a little over a dozen of them. Some of them which are included relief from the state responsibility area fee, support for reasonable phase 2 permit requirements under the NPDES program, support for continued ability to charge for weights and measures and inspection programs which slated to sunset in 2013, and funding for animal and plant health inspection services to California as that is being reduced at the federal level to California. We also are supporting for redevelopment cleanup language based upon what occurred last year. Further on the state level, and I know you heard a lot on the 2011 realignment on the item earlier today, we will have advocacy efforts throughout the year for encouraging local flexibility, for having adequate revenues and constitutional protections. We also would like to identify if the state, as early as possible, is going to realign other service areas. The overarching principles that we also will be attentive to, and they're primarily contained in the general principles of the LEDGE platform, are any proposed reductions or elimination of revenue sources, support for county self-sufficiency, support for flexibility, and stable funding for anything to meet a mandated program requirement. Peterson Consulting will go into a little bit more depth on what will be occurring at the state level. We do expect it to be a high level of activity next year. The November ballot does have a number of initiatives which will complicate the monitoring process that we're engaging in. On the federal level, we'll continue to work with Holland and Knight to increase the policy advocacy for several of the priorities that your board has had. And I'm going to just finish up recognizing, first of all, Peterson Consulting, who will go through some state advocacy update, and then they're going to turn the microphone over to Holland and Knight. Thank you.
Morning.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. Mr. Chairman and members, good morning. First of all, we understand congratulations are in order, new addition to your family. Also, little Harold, we understand, so congratulations.
I'm an uncle again,
Yeah.
as of about 9 o'clock last night, so thank you. How did you find out that? Kind of make a little word here.
It's what we do, Mr. Chairman.
We have a picture.
Anyway, congratulations. So I'm going to quickly talk about a couple things, hand it off to Karen, and then she'll kick it back to me. Obviously, this debate would have it an interesting day, interesting in a bad way, unfortunately, for counties. Today is the day that the governor chose, through his Department of Finance, to announce what he intends to do on the so-called trigger cuts. And what's leaking out, and will be announced here, we think, probably in about 10 minutes, frankly, is that the governor's going to exercise his authority to cut $1 billion from the $2.5 billion that he is authorized to trigger and cut further from the state budget. We think the cut to the schools that could have occurred, that would have shortened the school week in the state of California by 1 week, probably is not going to be exacted by the governor. But unfortunately, a lot of the cuts that can befall the counties are on the so-called Tier 1 list. And it looks like just about all of those things are going to be included in the governor's trigger list again in about 10 minutes. There is one piece of good news, and you may not, or what passes for good news these days, you won't necessarily see it in the press conference, but one of the cuts that's on the list that could affect counties is the ability of the state actually to start charging counties $125,000 per youthful offender sent to the state and sent to the Department of Juvenile Justice. Even though you may see that cut happen today and still on the list, it's our understanding that there's probably been something worked out with the administration that may allow the counties to actually not be charged for those commitments for the remainder of the fiscal year. We understand this county doesn't have dozens of commitments. It's lucky in that regard, but you do have a couple from time to time, and they are $125,000 per year in the statute as dictated by last year's state budget agreement. So even if you have 2 commitments in this fiscal year, that may be as relief to the tune of $250,000. But again, it may not be self-evident from the documents that are released this afternoon, but that's our understanding behind the scenes. So that's on the tiers. In terms of the overall state budget picture, we believe the governor is probably going to be a little more optimistic about the deficit going forward, more optimistic than the legislative analyst has been. But the deficit is still believed to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 to $13 billion. Again, reading the tea leaves, it appears that the governor on January 10th, when he announces his new budget, is probably going to propose about $6 or $7 billion worth of solutions immediately, and then beyond that, he's probably going to say that he is serious about the $7 billion tax increase that he's proposing, that he is gathering signatures, that he expects to qualify that he hopes that the voters will pass it in November, and that if they don't, this is the most important part, that if they don't, he will probably propose, we think, another trigger list. And it may be tiered, and it could add up to as much as $6 or $7 billion. So that would be 2 or potentially 3 times the size of the trigger list that we saw as part of last year's budget, and we see actually coming to fruition today and in the next couple of weeks. So that's very specifically the trigger cuts, and also a look forward to the unfortunate situation we still face with the state budget deficit. And with that, I'll hand it over to Karen.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I was briefly going to cover the state responsibility area issue, which we worked very closely with your executive office on. In the June budget that was adopted, the legislature did approve and the governor did sign the authority for the Forestry and Fire Board to adopt up to $150 fee per landowner in the state responsibility area. The board at that time had a lot of holdovers from the Schwarzenegger administration, and the fee structure that they adopted was actually about half of what would have been $150, plus there's a pretty healthy credit for folks that live inside of a fire protection district. And so when they adopted that funding formula, it was not well received by the governor's office or the Department of Finance. So in the waning days of the legislature's session this year, in the last week, the Department of Finance put together a new proposal which would have covered the full $150. It basically tried to take away from the Forestry and Fire Board their authority to just develop the fee, and instead we're going to do a $150 fee. And actually it went a little bit beyond that. It was not very clearly planned out. There was a lot of ambiguity about how many structures would be covered by that, or if you had multiple structures, there may be an increased fee. So the legislature felt that wasn't fully cooked. It was pretty pecuniary against folks that had a lot of land but broken up into multiple parcels versus people that had contiguous parcels of thousands of acres. So they rejected it. So when the legislature left in August for the year, middle of September for the year, there was basically what the board had adopted, but unfortunately when the Forestry Board adopted that, they didn't fund the Board of Equalization to actually collect the fee, and that's where the responsibility lies. So in the middle of September and October, we thought, okay, well, there's no way that the BOE can collect this. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least in this fiscal year. The governor reconstituted the board with many of his friends and appointees. The Forestry and Fire Board reconfigured the fee a couple of weeks ago to maximize the $150. So the full fee is $150 with a small credit for people who live in the fire protection districts of about $35. And that board was under the scrutiny of the governor's appointment secretary and resources agency. They did approve the increased fee. That still leaves unknown how the Board of Equalization is actually going to collect the fee. It's unclear if, since now it's up to $150, whether or not they can advance the money to the Board of Equalization to collect it in the current fiscal year, or if they're still hung up and they can't actually collect it. It's still unclear how they're going to do it. They're not going to be able to use county tax rolls. It's going to be something the Board of Equalization does. So that part is unclear, but they are doing everything they can to get the $150 out of landowners. On top of what's been done administratively, there's still some concern there's going to be legislation again introduced in January, or potentially in the budget as well, to increase the amount or do other things that'll be tough for folks in the state responsibility area. So we continue to watch that very closely. Thankfully, your executive office was fantastic to work with at the end of the year because things were moving so quickly, and we were able to work with them to get your message out. Certainly the legislators that represent you were calling, asking to know where you were on it. So that was really helpful. The second thing I wanted to cover very briefly is pension reform. It's getting a lot of attention. Most recently, the governor has announced his 12-point plan. There's a conference committee meeting. They've had their second of 3 meetings this fall. The bills that were moving through the process, there were 2 bills. One would have affected 37 Act counties, and 1 bill would have affected the contracting counties, which you are. Both of those bills were sidelined at the end of session. The governor wanted to do something more comprehensive. He didn't feel that the 2 bills that were coming to him did enough, so he put out the 12-point plan. But he's made it clear he doesn't want to try and do the pension reform effort through the initiative process. He wants to work it through the legislature. the legislators in charge of pension reform don't seem to be all that keen on what the governor's proposing. So we think there'll probably be some new bills introduced, anti-spiking, prohibition on rehire, but I don't know how far they'll go with some of the 401k style proposals that the governor's proposing. And of course, then there's also the initiative process where private interest groups are also trying to pursue pension reform. Most notably, your former Assemblyman Roger Nilo is working with the former Director of Finance, Mike Genest. And they have a proposal out there. They're tweaking it right now. They haven't finalized the language, and we expect that one will garner a lot of attention as well. That'll turn it back to Paul.
A couple other things real quick, and then we're happy to take questions. As far as we understand, the governor still does propose, or will propose, is planning on proposing, I should say, a phase 2, a so-called phase 2 to realignment. We expect to see that on January 10th. That would be an additional swap of programs. To the extent that the dollars don't match up dollar for dollar, we still expect the governor to say that counties are going to point towards 2014 and to point towards a belief that counties will save money upon the implementation of federal health care reform, and that's how it will pencil out, at least on paper, from the administration's point of view, and we think we will see that on January 10th. The governor, in addition to proposing the tax increase, is proposing constitutional protections for the counties to go along with realignment. PPIC just did a poll released today, says that according to the people they surveyed, the governor's proposal has about a 65% approval rating right now. But I think all the supervisors know you start high and you end low. And wherever you start, you probably just about never go higher than that, especially when it comes to a tax increase proposed statewide. The last time the voters were willing to go there on a statewide ballot was 2004, and that was Proposition 63, and that tax was only on millionaires in the state of California. So in the last decade, the voters have approved one tax increase, and that was when they had the ability to tax just millionaires, the millionaires amongst us. So we'll see what they do, obviously, in November of next year. Lastly, and then we'll close our presentation and take questions. If it seems like the legislature is dragging their feet maybe a little bit more than usual after the governor releases his next budget, there are folks in Sacramento who are sort of fascinated by the possibility of Facebook going public and issuing their stock publicly at the end of April or early May, according to some reports. The valuation of that apparently could dwarf Google even in the IPO there, and I'm not a financial planner, so I'm a lobbyist. But from what we understand, it could dwarf, in fact, the issuance of Google stock, and it could happen by the end of the fiscal year. The Google experience was for the state of California that actually several $1 billion were realized overnight, literally overnight, because people who had been accumulating stock had the ability, obviously, to cash out, and cash out they did. So again, there's a fascination, not universally, but in certain circles in Sacramento, with this possibility that Facebook could go public prior to the end of the fiscal year, and that several $1 billion that theretofore hadn't materialized might materialize overnight. And I think you'll see a certain sluggishness in April, in May, possibly almost up to June, almost up to the Proposition 25 deadline to put this budget together, and again, even more so than we typically do see because of that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, for letting us be here today. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Questions, comments regarding the state legislative? Kirk?
Yeah, just one caution before we get too excited about the Facebook IPO. Right. Having been involved with 3 pre-IPO companies, understand that all founders and original shareholders are subject to a 180-day lockup, right. After which doesn't start until IPO day. So it wouldn't be for a full half year before they'd actually be able to execute those trades on their shares. So that revenue wouldn't then be triggered until then. So it's 180 days after the IPO date.
Right. Understood.
Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should direct these questions to you or to Allison. I had a couple questions on some of the specific proposals at the state legislative level. And I guess my first question is are we under some sort of time deadline to adopt this platform? Or if we have questions about some of it, can we wait till the January 10th meeting, get additional information between now and then, and adopt either the platform in whole or in part at that point?
Well, it's at the pleasure of your board, but I would state that if maybe we had some idea what the interests were, if the platform is predominantly in good shape according to your board, then perhaps we could come back with an amendment in January. We do begin the advocacy efforts around this in January, but of course it's at the discretion of your board. So I might recommend that if there was some discussion about specifically what was of interest, that might accommodate perhaps the approval today with an amendment. But surely it's up to your board.
Supervisor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I share the same concern that you have, and this is my concern, is we've got a 17-page document that we get today. We've had 2 days to go over it. It concerns matters of policy both at the state and the federal level. In my estimation, I would just like a little additional time for my own ability to digest the material before we, before we adopt a policy. That's my concern. And there may also be members of the public that may want to weigh in on a couple of additional thoughts. So that's where I am.
Yeah, and I'm in full agreement on that. And I don't believe that, if we weren't to adopt this document or these sets of documents, state and federal, in full today, we still could go ahead with the contracts. We still could go ahead with the other piece, saying, yeah, it's great for a couple board members and someone from the CEO's office to go to D.C. to do the lobbying. And I just have a lot of things where, frankly, my question next to it was, need more information. So I don't have a specific question. I just need to have a better understanding of where the proposal came from and some specifics. Sure. I mean, I touched bases with Jim Durfee this morning on one, but I probably have maybe 12 to 20 between the state and federal where I have just a need to have more information. I'm not opposed to it. I just need to understand more what it is we're proposing here. So I'm perfectly happy to listen to both sets of presentations, but I'm not comfortable moving ahead adopting these documents as they stand before us today.
Any other questions?
Jack, do you have something? Okay. Well, thanks. We'll hold off all of this until we finish with the whole presentation. So, Rich and Mike, are you going to kick off the federal side of our legislative platform?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of your board, for having us present to you today and giving you the federal mirror image to what we just heard about what's going on at the state level. Everybody in Washington is very happy today because our deficit just dipped below $1 trillion for this fiscal year, which is always a good thing. Puts things in perspective a little bit. Top that. Oh, no thanks. But we come to you today a few weeks in the wake of the failure of our super committee in Washington to come up with a deficit reduction solution per the July agreement between the President and Congress to develop additional $1.2 trillion in cuts over the next 10 years. The failure of the super committee results in a December 31st, 2012 deadline for additional cuts across the federal government to take effect, what we call in federal budget talk sequestration. $600 billion of that amount of the $1.2 trillion will come out of the Defense Department, another $600 billion out of mandatory and discretionary spending. The Defense Department has already made clear it really doesn't have anywhere to go to get that money right now, and there's certainly not that much lying around in discretionary spending on the other side of the coin either. So as would typically be the case, we expect that to be an action-forcing event where the Congress and the President will have to come back. I'm sure there'll be a lot of parrying back and forth during the presidential election cycle about that issue, but we'll come back after the election next year and try and figure out a way to avoid that sequestration and come up with agreed-upon revenue increases and deficit reduction efforts in terms of cuts. Building on what the super committee was able to do, going back and forth over a 3-month period to come up with a final agreement. December 31st, 2012 turns out to be a holy trinity of sorts for the federal budget. We've got the expiration, as I mentioned, we've got sequestration taking effect. We've got the expiration of the Bush tax cuts at that point, which would produce a lot of revenue if they weren't renewed, but everybody thinks that, at least in part, they will be renewed. And we've got the need to raise the debt limit again on December 31st, 2012. And so you can see this is a relatively easy year, 2011, December, in comparison to what we'll be dealing with next year at this time. Right now, all we have to deal with is finishing up 9 appropriations bills, renewing unemployment insurance for another year, and doing the payroll tax deduction, and then we should be out of here next week sometime. Mike will talk a little bit more about the appropriations front. On the policy front, we've been working on a lot of things for you all this year at the federal level, including helping along in the movement on the biomass power production facility, obviously playing a federal hand to what's been going on locally and at the state level with regard to the conservation plan, and working on a number of other initiatives that Mike will talk about in more detail. We had a big grant success this year, as you all are aware, with the Sheriff's Department getting COPS funding for what's really a great joint project with the tribal community. And we just had the sheriff out in Washington following on the heels of the Health Department being out about a month before that. So you've had a lot of advocacy efforts going on at the agency level, which is to be expected given sort of this balling up of issues in Congress, and Congress not accomplishing much this year. A lot of the authority at the federal level really is devolving to the agencies, not only in terms of policy decisions, but also in terms of funding decisions, and we expect that to continue as we move forward, not only in law enforcement, but also in transportation, as well as in social service arena as well. The 2011 budget, 2012 budget, the year we're in, the calendar year, fiscal year rather, is only $7 billion down over the 2011 budget at the federal level. So we're not seeing a significant reduction in size of government from last spring's budget agreement. But depending on what happens either with sequestration or additional cuts, we will start to see the federal government ramp down in spending relatively significantly at the 8 to 10% range over the next couple of years. So that's going to make things much more competitive in Washington. Again, there's still all the types of programs that you get funding out of will still be maintained. As I think there's a little bit different approach at the federal level than perhaps what's been happening at the state level with realignment in understanding the need for the federal-local partnership. But we're there in part to make sure that programs that are important to you, are maintained, at least, even if they take a little bit of a cut, at least at a level that you'll be able to get support moving forward on important issues like the conservation plan, and whatever your board decides on the wastewater and other issues like that. So with that, let me hand it over to Mike, talk a little bit about appropriations and also transportation authorization, and then we can open it up to questions.
Thanks, Rich.
Good morning. Quick update on the status of the FY12 federal appropriations process. As the board knows, the federal fiscal year begins on October 1st, and in a perfect world, the Congress would enact all 12 appropriations bills in September, but as we all know, that hasn't happened in quite some time. In actuality, it hasn't happened since 1994. So where we stand today is that in November, Congress enacted 3 appropriations bills, which the President signed, the Agricultural Appropriations Bill, the Commerce, Justice, Science Appropriations Bill, and the Transportation and HUD Appropriations Bill. The remaining 9 appropriations bills we anticipate will get wrapped up either later this week or over the weekend in what we call an omnibus appropriations bill, which will total probably about $1 trillion. So stay tuned on that over the weekend. The 3 bills that were enacted, we can give a quick update on in terms of federal programs of interest to the county. In the CJS funding bill, that's where you have the account for COPS hiring, and the Congress provided $166 million for FY12. For burn grants, Congress provided $470 million. For transportation programs in the popular Tiger grant program, Congress provided $500 million, and the Tiger program is for your regional transportation undertakings. and we know the county is interested in that as well. In terms of housing programs, Congress provided $2.9 billion for the CDBG program, the Community Development Block Grant Program, and that took a slight haircut. That's 14% below the FY11 level. And for homeless programs, Congress provided $1.9 billion, which is flat, did not receive a cut over FY11. And the reason this is all relevant is as Rich stated, once we complete action on all the appropriations bills, we'll know where the pots of money are for the various grant competitions for FY12, which we anticipate will be announced in the first quarter of 2012. And as Rich noted, big success this year on the cops hiring front. The county was awarded a $2.6 million grant through the Department of Justice to hire up to 8 new sheriff's deputies, and it was just a great undertaking. Kudos to the Division of the Sheriff and this board for partnering regionally, which is going to be important going forward, and we anticipate future success for cops hiring for the county if you follow a similar path. On the policy front, a few areas we've been active on regarding regional wastewater. We've had initial discussions with the EPA about the possibility of securing extended term financing for an SRF loan to help that project along. Obviously, it all depends on what the board decides to do with the project, but our initial conversations have been well received by EPA. Currently, California has the authority to use extended term financing for low-income communities. They haven't gotten that authority for regional approaches, but we think EPA is intrigued because water funding has been reduced on the federal level, so if we can provide them with additional opportunities to get more with less federal funding, we may be able to carry the day there, assuming the financial models hold up. The other policy area we've been active on is the Habitat Conservation Plan. We've had a number of discussions with the resource agencies on the federal level to make sure that the county has the flexibility it needs when it moves forward with its plan in the coming weeks. In terms of transportation reauthorization, as you all know, the federal government's been enacting a series of extension bills, primarily because federal gas receipts are down for the Highway Trust Fund. People are driving less. Cars have become more fuel efficient, so the feds have less money in their pockets to enact a transportation reauthorization bill. The last one was enacted in 2005 and expired in 2009. The current extension expires March 31st of 2012, and we don't anticipate they'll be able to enact a full reauthorization bill before then, but we do anticipate that they will consider policy and project requests, so those will be some items that you all will bring to Washington with you in February when you come to meet with the delegation. And I think the last policy issue I wanted to touch base on is the Secure Rural Schools reauthorization. Obviously an important issue to timber counties throughout the country, not just Placer County, but that expired on September 30th, and we know you use that funding for important road projects and wildfire initiatives. Still trying to find a solution in Congress to reauthorize that. There is a philosophical difference between the House and the Senate approach in terms of financing that reauthorization. The House would prefer to use a setup of fees on activities on federal lands for grazing and timber harvesting. The Senate approach does not identify a funding source. We're hoping that this is one of the items that gets resolved in the next 2 weeks, and it gets tacked on to one of the year-end must-pass bills, whether it's the Omnibus Appropriations Bill or the Tax Extenders Bill. As you recall, when it was last reauthorized in 2008, it was tacked on to the legislation that funded the TARP program at the federal level. So Secure Rural Schools doesn't necessarily move on its own. It usually ends up getting tacked on to a much broader piece of legislation. So we had a successful and busy year in 2011, and we anticipate another busy year in 2012. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Questions, comments? I see none. Thank you. So with that, for comments, of course, by two supervisors regarding requested action by County Exec's office. But we have before us the platforms plus the contracts with our advocates and direction as relates to participation by board members in our annual trip to Washington.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the advocacy contracts listed in our agenda packet, as well as authorized members of the board and appropriate members of the CEO's office to participate in that legislative trip in February.
Motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Jennifer, do you want to?
Allison, just if you could just confirm that there is not we don't need to adopt this ledge platform by the end of the year. Both our sets of advocates, having adopted the new contracts, can continue to move forward under the existing ledge platforms. And maybe if we can just get some clarity and bring this back January 10th. Honestly, there's not a lot that I have, there's nothing that just leapt out at me and I went, no, can't support that. But a lot of things I just feel that I need more clarification on before I could cast a yes vote for our ledge platforms today.
I can confirm that there is no technical reason why the board would have to take that action today to approve the ledge platform.
If there's no objection from the rest of the board, I would ask that we bring this back on January 10th and give us all the opportunity to follow up on some questions that we may have on the specific ledge pieces, whether at the state or the federal level. I think, are we looking for any public input today on this?
I will. Just want to make sure clarity that it's unlikely that anything exciting would happen between now and the 10th. But as long as our advocates are clear that the direction that they currently have is going to continue until January 10th, then
yeah, and I have no issue with that at all. And in fact, we may get some additional clarity at both the state and the federal level on some of these issues that might be useful in moving forward with some of these proposals on January 10th. So, thank you.
So, everyone good with that then?
Might
no comments. I think we're.
Might I ask a question? Kind of a point of order on Action 3. Was your board going to designate participation in the trip to Washington in February?
I don't think we need to today. I think that can kind of emerge as we get closer. We do need to start thinking about that as it relates to the individuals because we need to make arrangements soon. And you have a tentative date picked, is that right,
yes,
Tom?
It's February 6th, the week of February 6th.
Okay, thanks.
And there is plenty of time. Check your calendars, your availability, those.
I will be chair, and traditionally the chair would go, but I will actually be out of the country on a long planned vacation at that time, so someone else will have to go in my stead.
Couldn't you compromise a little bit and maybe on your way through and...
Robert, I'm going to be fishing for peacock bass in Lago Gatun. I'm not compromising on anything here.
Oh, I like those priorities. Okay. Is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? Marilyn.
Thank you. Marilyn Jasper, speaking on behalf of Public Interest Coalition. We've been talking about the broad picture, and this is kind of the minuscule. Our primary concerns are with transparency or access to county positions on matters that are taken up by other jurisdictions, other public decision-making bodies. And secondly, opportunities for public input before the county takes a position. Right now, unless we contact the county on an issue of interest or concern, state or federal, or try to find the department's lead person, we don't know. We have no way of knowing if the county has even taken a position or not on specific legislation. If an issue, a bill, for example, morphs with amendments, for better or for worse, and the county changes its support or opposition, we're in the dark. After communicating with staff, we've learned that the ledge platform policies and procedures are more complex than we originally perceived. Quite possibly, when time is of the essence, expediency precludes the matter from coming before you as an agenda item, and that certainly could be understandable. So we urge you to consider adopting procedures and policy in this area, such as, first, before any board position or resolution is adopted with regard to lobbying or legislation, that it be put on the agenda. And I'm speaking about specific stuff, not about this, although that could be on the table. Second, establish a mechanism, preferably the website, where the public can find up-to-date information regarding any positions taken by the county, whether it's supervisors or departments, and contact information if we want to follow up on what's the deal here. And then third, establish some protocol whereby the public can provide input after the fact, let's say, shed additional light, because such interchanges, such information sharing can be beneficial to all parties. And the county might elect to reconsider its position. Although the public may never need to question or further discuss any county adopted position, the opportunity or the process being in place would be helpful. And then one last comment. I know the Washington, D.C. trips, I think they are popular, and positive results are often reported. However, because our representatives all have local or regional offices and they do come home, it would be helpful to be specific as to why a personal visit to D.C. reaps more benefits than a local office visit. And maybe you've said that before, but some of us need to be reminded. Thank you.
Thanks, Marilyn. Couple of comments, starting with the last one first, because I'm 60 years old now and my memory kind of works that way somewhat. But your points are all well taken with me personally, but on the Washington issue, just like in any meeting setting, there's dynamics that take place and person to person, and just because our representative may be out here and or have offices, we also meet with a lot of folks in the executive branch and or representatives from other legislatures throughout the country who may be proponents of some of the positions, but they're just not accessible locally. So with regards to the other, just some observation as I just finish up my year as chair. Obviously we have a legislative platform both federally and for the state, and in some cases so that we can position ourselves to expeditiously address certain issues. The state budget is a perfect example nowadays. And so, frankly, staff will interpret that as it relates to issues that are weaving their way through the state federal legislature, and they'll consult with us and keep us apprised and tell us points when we might want to respond. So I would only recommend that I think we all, sometimes it becomes a judgment call, I guess, is what I should say. But we also need to be tooled up so we can respond as quickly and as targeted as possible. But it would be good, I think, for you to be also following what we're doing, and particularly during a particular year, keep in close contact with a chair, because the chair obviously doesn't have to sign anything, and you might have the ability to actually modify a letter or prevent it from going out, have it maybe reconsidered at the board in total. Yeah, thanks. Alice.
I just wanted to make sure your board was aware. We have been in conversation with Marilyn. We understand some of those interests for communication through the website. So those are really good suggestions. I just do want to make you aware that coincidentally the county has a draft legislative procedure and policy that we've been working on. And so we'll incorporate the website information that you have talked about so that, to the extent practical in way of our procedures that can be accommodated. But did want to let you know we've heard some of the concerns about having some actions that have been taken posted or whatever. So we'll look into that as this procedure is being finalized.
Thanks, Alice. Anyone else from the public?
Robert, I actually, if you don't mind, had a few comments in response to Marilyn. One of the things that I think Mike said that really caught my ear, and this goes to your question about why do we actually go to D.C. when we have legislators who are here, is decision-making has really been devolving to the agencies very much in the last few years because the legislators are in such a deadlock in Congress and the Senate. And very often the way we get things done is by meeting with the agencies, not our legislators. And we really can't meet with the agency heads here. They don't have local offices. And so it's really important, actually, that we do go to D.C. and have those conversations. We absolutely can and should be meeting with our legislators locally, and we do. But a lot of what we do when we go back to D.C. has nothing to do with, sitting down and talking to our congresspeople or our senators. So that's a really important piece that does get overlooked. Getting to your points and your questions and concerns about letters that are maybe going out, I share some of your concerns, not all of them. There's been a few letters that I saw afterwards where I went, wait, how does that fit with our ledge platform? And I think something that would be useful would be, in those kind of emergency situations where letters do have to go out before our board has really had an opportunity to weigh on them or look at them, that we actually bring them back at the next Board of Supervisors meeting to potentially ratify them or say, oh, I'm sorry, wait, I'm not in agreement with that. So maybe that's something we could discuss as part of this draft policy and procedure process that you're in right now. Thank you.
And Tom has.
Just to add on what Supervisor Montgomery said, I think I've gone maybe 4 or 5 times to Washington. And the thing that is hard to relate back in California is that 80–90% of these people that run agencies and the head staffers, they're not from the West. They live in Maryland. They live in Virginia. They're good people, but they have no clue what it's like out here, and rarely do they come out here. And so first you got to show, here's a map of California. We don't all surf. Here's Placer County, and Placer's not Placer, and it's not flat. And the mountains go way up to 8,000 feet, and they don't believe that the mountains go up that high because the Appalachians don't. I mean, it is really basic. I mean, they're good people, but they need to be reminded in our consultants, and they need to see our electeds there when they talk to people, because that's the people they listen to. Our lobbyists do great work for us, setting up the meetings, carrying the messages, but they need to see our electeds, because an elected comes in the room, starts speaking, everybody just sits up and listens. It's not the same. So it's far more important than executive staff. We carry the binders and try and make sure everybody gets there on time. And there's only been one person going the last few years, but it's absolutely essential that the elected folks go and talk to California and the Placer County story to the folks who are back there, because they don't have a clue.
And there's a real nice lake.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to all of you. Look forward to continued work. Yeah, same to you. Thank you. Okay, we will now take up our item 7 in department items, which is County Exec Risk Management. Consider a contract for Intercare Holdings Insurance Services. Mary Ellen.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. The risk management item before you today is a request to allow the CEO to sign a contract with Intercare Services Holding Group of Rockland, California, who will provide workers' compensation third-party administration services for the county. We were in a competitive bid process in November, 11 responses, and Intercare was selected after interviews and reading voluminous information about them. The services include investigation, payment processing for medical and disability benefits as determined by the Labor Code. The expiring contract is for $270,000 a year. This contract will start at $280,000 a year for a 3-year contract of $840,198. We have representatives here from Intercare Holdings, Agnes Hoberling, who is the CEO, and Danielle Bury, who is the Director of Client Services. So without further ado, if you have any questions, I can answer them, or Intercare can answer them. I request your approval.
Jack.
Yeah, real quick, is this more or less than the last contract?
It's about $10,000 more a year.
Okay, and is that just cost of?
Most of it has to do with data conversion costs to move from one TPA to another TPA.
Any other questions? See none. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? See none. I'll bring it back to the board for consideration. Moved and seconded to approve the contract just discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will take up Public Works Cooperative Work Agreements, City of Roseville, California American Water for the Cook Riolo Bridge replacement. It's Ken.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board members. My name is
Afternoon.
Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. We're asking you today to adopt two resolutions authorizing the Director of Public Works to enter into cooperative work agreements with one, the City of Roseville, and two, with California American Water Company, known as CalAM. And both of them in regards to our Cook Riolo Road Bridge Replacement Project. We are proposing to replace that bridge beginning next year. The project is being funded through the Federal Highway Bridge Program, so 88% of the cost is being borne by the federal government. CalAM has requested that we relocate an existing 16-inch water main that is in our way at their cost as part of our contract, as well as place a new 16-inch water line in the bridge that they will use for their future needs. In addition, the City of Roseville has requested that we add a 24-inch water main for their use going into the future in such a growing area there in the Dry Creek area. Both have agreed that they are 100% responsible for all the costs associated with it. By including it in our project, we're able to minimize the impacts to the community by having it done all at once, and also make sure there's no impacts on our bridge in the future if they were to choose to do these improvements in the future and alter our bridge in some way. And so with that, the City of Roseville is estimated to cost $350,000. CalAM for the two water lines is estimated to cost, $500,000. The project overall is an $8 million contract, again, substantially funded through the federal government. And with that, be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Jack.
Yes, Ken, thanks for bringing this forward. In addition to the CalAM and the City of Roseville issues, the pipeline, there was a utility issue relocation. Is that part of this or not?
There is another water line, a recycled water line, that is not part of this, that we are proceeding forward with. It is unclear as to who has financial responsibility of that line at this time. We're still in negotiations between us and the City of Roseville. It is a recycled water line that was placed long ago as part of the Morgan Creek development. We are proceeding with the design actually with that to ensure the project is timely, but the negotiations are ongoing on financial responsibility.
So resolution of that issue is not going to impede the construction?
We intend that it won't. We have the backstop is that line could be cut off in the future if need be, but we believe we'll get it worked out and negotiated with the City of Roseville.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Any other questions, comments? Anyone from the public wish to address us? See none? Moved and seconded to approve the agreement just discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Rich, you're going to take the second item, which is Placer Parkway Professional Services Agreement, etc.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I'm here today, Richard Moorhead of Public Works. I'm here today to request adopt a resolution for professional service agreement with Mark Thomas and Company, authorize the chair to sign that agreement, authorize the Director of Public Works to sign amendments to that agreement up to the specified amount, and authorize the Director of Public Works to sign co-ops with Caltrans. At your last board meeting, we talked about the corridor itself, the adoption into that, and the general plan. This is that next step. It's to locate this roadway inside a portion of that corridor. Due to limited funding, other issues that come along with that, and a logical termini, it's going to be from Highway 65 to Foothills Boulevard North. So it's that piece that just comes, that first section essentially. After that, it may be development driven, who knows, but we'll get that first piece. This is for the preliminary engineering and environmental documents. We'll have all the clearances to move forward to the construction level drawings. Through the RFP process, Mark Thomas was selected as the top firm. And as part of this, since it ties in with Highway 65, there's various co-op agreements that need to be signed with Caltrans, and that's one of the actions being requested today. For the project funding, all of this is Sparta funding for all of the consultant as well as county staff time, so that helps with our budget as well. It's through traffic impact fees. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions? Jim.
Rich, where does the Sparta funding come from?
It's the traffic impact fees that different areas pay from the building permit process. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing none? Board? It's been moved and seconded to adopt a resolution with regards to the professional services agreement with Mark Thomas and Company regarding the Placer Parkway as discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Rich. We will now adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency and consider a resolution for the Redevelopment Agency's 2011-12 budget in the amount of about $32 million. Jim, first of all, congratulations on your retirement and thanks for your years of service. Really appreciate everything you've done. Redevelopment here has dramatically improved and changed since you've been managing it, so thank you.
Good things coming in the years ahead. I'm optimistic about all of that. Jim LeBou, Redevelopment Agency, and I want to also point out we have here today several of our staff, in particular Carol Hearn and Cindy Kelly, who do the day-to-day yeoman's work on putting together the numbers and keeping us on track. A lot of good work went into preparing this budget. And overall, we are in a state of uncertainty because we're still waiting for the state Supreme Court to make a ruling on the litigation that challenged the state legislation budget trailer bills, AB X1, 26, and 27. But I think we have put ourselves in a strong position to be able to deal with and carry on our programs past that ruling, whether they uphold the legislation or obviously if the legislation is invalidated, then that would give us more money and put us in even a stronger position. The final budget is based on largely on the proposed budget that you adopted last June. In the meantime, we have received additional information about revenues coming in. We have received the information on the final equalized tax rolls to tell us that the property tax increment revenues are actually coming in this year to a larger number than what we projected in the proposed budget. So that's positive news. Whereas we projected a 5% decrease across the board, we're actually seeing a close to an overall 3% increase in those revenues. In addition, we're seeing additional revenues coming from carryover from the previous year. We didn't spend as much last year, so there's more being carried over into this year, and that puts us in a stronger position. The overall budget, as mentioned, is $32,362,796, which is primarily made up of tax increment revenues and bond proceeds for bonds that are serviced by tax increment revenue. In addition, we receive grant funds and interest on earnings and developer contributions and other funds. To say a little bit more about our situation vis-a-vis the state litigation and legislation, last August your board approved, actually it was the Board of Supervisors that approved the ordinance that committed the county to making the payment, if necessary, up to about $3.8 million this year, and in future years a lesser amount, approximately $900,000 plus additional penalty on additional debt that we would incur. And the Redevelopment Agency and the county both entered into remittance agreement which committed the Redevelopment Agency to reimburse the county 100% for those payments. So we have already identified, based on the proposed budget, where those payments could come from, and we were pleased to find out at that time that we were in a good enough, strong enough position that we would be able to make those payments by slicing off certain amounts of funds from different projects while still being able to carry forward our program very largely intact. It would constrict us in the future from being able to invest in additional new projects and unforeseen things that we would want to do in the future, but most of our program would be able to remain intact. And so now, seeing our final revenue numbers, we're even in a better position and have more flexibility to be able to carry on projects and programs as we've been planning to do all along. In 2012, we anticipate making significant progress on several key projects. For example, in North Auburn, we are planning to construct approximately 1 mile of streetscape improvements along Highway 49. We hope to obtain final funding and begin construction of the Quartz Ridge Family Apartments project. In the Tahoe area, we plan to build new public parking lots, complete the cleanup of contaminated property that we own, complete construction and open more than 50 units of new affordable housing, complete construction of improvements to the Tahoe Vista Recreation Area, and complete the design for exciting new mixed-use redevelopment projects in Tahoe City and Kings Beach. In addition, as a result of the additional revenue we have identified, we expect to be able to resurrect our loan program for small businesses in each of our 3 project areas, and that program has been on hold for about the last year because of the uncertainty and the constraints put on us by the state legislation and the following uncertainty. So these are some of the highlights we're looking forward to for the coming year, and I'm very pleased to look forward to that, and we are available to answer any questions.
I'm sorry, Jim. I'm sorry, but Tony and I were consulting, and I missed your last comment.
I do have a question.
Oh, okay,
Chairman.
Jack, I'm sorry.
And this is probably should be directed to Tony. By filing the remittance plan that we filed back in August, we're okay to take action on this? We don't have any in.
You know, as Jim has suggested, nothing is certain what the state Supreme Court will do. The general betting is they're either going to invalidate both or uphold both. There is the possibility, if you watch the oral arguments, that they may split the baby in some fashion. We'll just come back and revisit the budget at that time. I think we're perfectly valid to move forward with this item, otherwise we wouldn't have it before you today.
Yeah, we did our diligence by doing what we needed to do. That's it. Thanks a lot.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public who would like to address this item? See no one, pleasure of the board. Been moved and seconded to adopt the Redevelopment Agency's 2011-12 fiscal budget in the amount of $32,362,796. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
So we'll now adjourn as the Placer County Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and take up item 11, which under the Sheriff's Department first is COPS hiring grant consideration. Devin.
Well, good afternoon. Devin Bell, Placer County Sheriff's Office. Really, Mike and Rob kind of stole my thunder. I was going to try to work the word sequestration in multiple times. I do want to say thank you to the board for their support and to the CEO's office for working with us so diligently on this COPS grant. We're very excited. This is going to allow $2.6 million allow us to hire approximately 8 deputy sheriffs. We worked with our community. We've already touched base back with our community. We've met with members of CASA, our Latino community, and the UAIC. And obviously the goal is twofold. Apprehension is part of it, but a huge part of it, a part of it that's been decimated through the budget process within the Sheriff's Office is education. And our commitment is to work with our community partners to continue to educate our young people and older people alike on the dangers of drugs. The only challenge left in front of us, and we are working with our CEO staff, is the OPEB thing that the board is aware of for our 8 deputy sheriffs. Over the 3 years of this grant, we'll have to come up with about $416,000 in OPEB costs, and we're working on that right now. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to somebody with more technical prowess than me on grants. If you have any questions, Jan Gage.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Janice Gage with the Sheriff's Office. You've heard a lot about the grant. Want to reiterate that we're very grateful for working with the CEO's office and Hall and Knight and finally being successful on the grant. Today we're requesting that your board accept the grant award for $2,587,904. Approve a budget revision to appropriate the first year funding, $772,608, in both grant revenues and in expenditures for salaries and benefits, 8 deputies. Authorize the sheriff and the county executive to sign the grant agreement, and approve the hire of 8 new deputy sheriffs. The positions will receive salary and benefits through these actions. We have yet to fully fund the other half of the positions, which half of that is OPEB, and the other half is things like medical and psych exams, duty gear training to get them actually out on the street. We've committed, we're working collaboratively with the CEO's office, and we've committed to looking everywhere for that funding before we would come back and request use of other funds for these positions. And we won't actually appoint the positions until we come back to the board with an ordinance and also a funding plan, full funding plan for those positions. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Check.
I did have one question. Is there any opportunity within the confines of the COPS grant to get some synergy with what's going on with AB 109?
Well, that's part of the excitement, I think, about the funding, is that it does bring federal funding, new funding to the table, and part of the plan and the proposal initially to the COPS office was that we would put some resources to expansion of Special Investigations Unit. The Special Investigations Unit is being looked at through the community corrections planning process as a possible opportunity to leverage resources that are out there on the street and other community bridges that will be built for this to do the work that we're inevitably going to have to do because of AB 109. So we see some opportunities there. We have to be, diligent about not supplanting anything, and we're absolutely going to do that. But there may be opportunities, with overlap to leverage those funds.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer?
Jan, thank you, and thank you for the going over this last week and answering some of my questions then. But a question that didn't come up then, and Mike Galliano actually triggered it with something he said, which was the grant was for hiring up to 8 new sheriff's deputies. Would there be a way that if we only hired 7, that you could cover those costs that are sort of looming out there right now? Or is the grant limited in how it's written in terms of that?
The grant is limited to salaries and benefits, and the proposal was to, provide 8 new frontline first responder positions. So, we're committed through that grant agreement to use the monies for salaries and benefits. So they aren't available. We do have some other state funding that we think we can put to some of the training costs, some of the duty gear, the OPEB. Grants typically are not going to cover that.
Okay, and it was just the way Mike had phrased that kind of caught my ear. And just when you were discussing these issues that are facing you in terms of, psych evaluations and equipment and all of that, I just tied it back into his comment, but that was it. Thank you.
Something to note is that the grant is for 3 years, but there is a commitment for 4 years. So we're looking ahead to that 4th year, and we know it'll be, a little over $1 million for those positions in that 4th year.
See no other questions from the board. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action. It's been moved and seconded to accept the community-oriented policing grant of about $2.6 million, approve a budget revision of about $772,000 to facilitate this, authorize the sheriff and county executive to sign and execute the grant award, and approve the hire of 8 new deputy sheriffs. And we need a roll call.
Holmes. Duran. Yes. Euler. Montgomery. Wyckoff.
Yes, thank you. So our next item is an AB 900 grant. Jen?
Yes, the next item is requesting your board's authorization for our office to work with Facility Services and also with the County Executive Office We're in the process of updating a needs assessment, and we would like your green light to come back to your board on January 10th with a complete package for submitting an application for AB 900 Phase 2 jail construction financing to the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, also known as CDCR. We are working diligently. We are scoping out a viable project and all of the costs, vetting it, putting our heads together to put together a completed package for your board's review, including the costs and the proposal for that site. There is 80 million, a little bit difference there, 80 million available to medium-sized counties through the state. The grant will require a 10% match, but that funding could be derived from in-kind county matching funds that have already been invested on the site. So again, we're putting a package together. We're updating the needs assessment. Our plan is to come back to your board on January 10th with that complete package, and the application would have to go to the state the very next day. It requires a board resolution, which we will also include.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Jennifer.
Jan, I had just heard something recently, and we didn't talk about this last week when we chatted about this. Is it true that if we get this grant, we have to open the facility within 90 days of it being completed? Do we have to have it up and running?
Well, I know that was a requirement of the last application that we submitted, but that's a technical question that either Captain Malem or maybe Facility Services could answer.
George Malem, Sheriff's Office, Chairman, members of the board. The grant does require it be open within 90 days of that facility being completed, not so much and separate from the South Placer facility as it is now. So it would require it within 90 days. Obviously, there's time to talk with CSA about that as we get closer to it, depending on other things that go on. I know when we actually got the grant for Housing Unit 4, we got the money, we built the project. Because of budget, we weren't able to staff Housing Unit 4. So we closed part of Housing Unit 3 and shifted the personnel over to Housing Unit 4 and used Housing Unit 4, and were able to meet the needs of the grant that way without having to pay back the state at that time.
Okay. What were the economic implications of having to do that? It sounds like we then had 2 housing units open where we really only had a need for 1.
There was a change. It was mainly a funding issue for the personnel. We could have used it, but through various mechanisms, they were able to pare down. This was before my time as commander in there. But they were able to meet the intent of the grant. CSA was fine with it, or CDC, and now CDCR was fine with it. And then in that time, we're also able to gain more funding and actually split part of Housing Unit 3, add more beds, do some infill projects and things like that.
And you would have no concerns about being able to meet that 90-day requirement in this situation? I mean, that just seems like an incredibly short time frame.
It is, but if we plan well enough and the funding is there, then we can, just as if ramping up for the South Placer facility, there'll be some things, then it'll be front-loaded a ways before this is done. But with the proper planning, those personnel can be hired. Based on my initial look at this and what we were anticipating for the program, I would be able to, out of the staff I need, I would be able to transfer about 15.6 current staff members down. And then I'd have
to. Painful to be that 0.6.
It is. That's how the numbers figure out. Okay, I'll call it 16. I don't know if Becky will agree with that, but I'll go with 16.
Okay, thank you. I just was a little concerned about that 90-day time frame.
Yeah, we'd obviously be ramping up and planning for that long before that was complete and with the time to open. So we would have those. We need to hire them, we need to background them, we need to train them, we need to do all that.
Jack?
Yes. Janice, a question on the $80 million. Is that per county or is that total that we're competing for?
That's total for medium counties.
Well, it's actually
3 different tiers.
But it's $80 million per county. It's not an $80 million lump sum. They're
80 million available
per county. Based on how it's spread out, each individual medium county can get upwards of 80 million. It's competitive. There'll be other counties bidding. So, some of the larger, medium-sized counties, say, may get the full 80 million, some of us, and we wouldn't be asking for that 80 million. So we're going to be asking for probably a smaller chunk of that pie to be able to accomplish what we want to accomplish.
Do you have a range that you're kind of looking at?
Right now, we're looking probably between 15 and 20 million for what we would like to accomplish.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
See no other questions. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address us? See no one. Preference to the board.
Second, I would
I'm sorry,
caution, though, just to clarify the date here, is the meeting on January 10th or 11th?
Our meeting is on the 10th, so they're going to have to hurry after that meeting and submit.
Okay. They'll be furiously typing and then heading out at 4 or 5 p.m. on Friday.
Perfect. Okay, so basically, motion is to authorize sheriff and the facility services and the county exec's office to work together to submit this grant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. And next we have information technology, criminal justice, and Jan, you're going to kick this off too.
We are excited about this one too, but I'm actually going to turn this one over to the Undersheriff, Devin Bell, and he will go through it with you.
Devin.
I'll be brief. First off, I want to give a nod to Clark. He actually has worked with us on this initiative with Jerry Silva and other members of our staff to put this project together, this initiative together that we think well positions us going into the future. And I'm going to have Jerry Silva go through the specifics. Suffice it to say, our criminal justice system, our IT system is aging. What we're asking for is your consideration on approving our system replacement, our CAD. We have 2 police partners that work with us on a regional hub, us, the Roseville Police Department. We have Teresa Murray here representing, and the Auburn Police Department. We all operate on the same system. It gives us economy of scale, provides for officer safety and information sharing, but the system is aging. We're also going to talk to you about moving forward with the Apollo project. I know you guys have heard about that in the future. The third item we're going to bring forward is the approval of the RAND spending plan, which includes funding streams for the Apollo project. And finally, we're going to go over the telesystem BPO approval that we're going to request. With that, I'm going to kick it over to our subject matter expert, Jerry.
All right. Thank you, Devin. Good afternoon. Jerry Silva with Administrative Services, and on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. As the Undersheriff mentioned, I'm here today to request your board's approval for 4 technology-related objectives. I'll start by saying that these 4 objectives require no new funds, as they are fully funded from a combination of previous year's set-asides, COPS grant, Department of Homeland Security grants, and the $1 DMV registration fee that the Undersheriff just mentioned, the RAND fund. The first technology objective, which is included in the recently adopted countywide IT strategic plan, is to replace the aging Tiburon Regional Public Safety System, which is the primary computer system, as Devin mentioned, used by 911 dispatchers, field patrol officers, and firefighters, along with records and corrections staff. The regional partners in this system, consisting of the Sheriff's Office, county fire agencies, City of Roseville Police and Fire Departments, and the City of Auburn, have worked very closely and diligently over the last several years to define an exhaustive list of over 800 requirements for our next generation public safety system. Earlier this year, the partners used these requirements in releasing a request for proposal through county procurement to solicit bids from qualified vendors for a new modernized regional public safety system. After a team of regional experts in their fields reviewed the RFP's submitted proposals, witnessed product demonstrations, and conducted customer site visits, they unanimously recommended New World Systems as the preferred vendor for our next system. This New World system would include several exciting, long sought-after advancements for the regional partners, including field reporting to allow for the officers to remain in their beat longer and write the reports directly into the database, automatic vehicle location, or AVL, to show the location of all patrol units on a map, which greatly improves officer safety, and to incorporate various interfaces to existing systems to further increase efficiencies and leverage those systems we already have, and providing tools to assist with additional AB 109 workload. If approved, this project was planned to be fully implemented over the next 12 to 18 months. This item is requesting your board's approval to enter contract negotiations with New World Systems and allow the Administrative Services Director and Purchasing Manager to execute the contract and related documents based upon County Council and Risk Management approval. The second technology objective, which is also included in the recently adopted countywide IT plan, is the Phase 1 of the Apollo Criminal Justice Data Integration System. Phase 1 of Apollo is made up of 3 different efficiency-gaining and process-improving components, and again, these are items that are also intended to help with the offset or some of the workload associated with AB 109. The first is dispatch-to-dispatch integration, which allows the new Placer and Roseville and Auburn dispatch system to be connected to Rockland and Lincoln, as well as CAL FIRE and potentially the local AMR ambulance service to allow more visibility to each agency's unit availability and faster call processing times. The second part of Apollo's Phase 1 is a super search capability to allow a single criminal history search process to query many different systems at the same time and return the search results in one consolidated screen to replace what currently takes sometimes 2 dispatchers or officers searching separately in 5 or 6 different systems, and then also expanding that search to include warrants in neighboring counties. The third part of Apollo's Phase 1 is not very flashy, but it is a critical aspect of the behind the scenes in the criminal justice process, which is taking what is now a 4-part paper form that goes from arresting agency to the district attorney's office, to the courts, and then ultimately to the California Department of Justice, where it is then entered into their system, and replaces this current manual and paper-based process with an automated workflow that moves the data to virtual inboxes for each agency before sending the final data packet to California DOJ, where it would be imported into their database that keeps track of convictions used for rap sheets as well as for counting strikes. This component of Apollo appears to be unique to the state, and as such, we're exploring a public-private partnership with the vendor that would allow Placer County to receive revenue if this Placer-developed capability is resold to other jurisdictions. If approved, Phase 1 of Apollo is planned to be implemented over the next 9 to 18 months, as some of the portions are integrated with and are dependent upon the new public safety system. This item for Apollo Phase 1 is requesting your board's approval to enter contract negotiations with our preferred vendor, ThinkStream, who was previously awarded an RFP-based contract in San Diego County for a similar scope, and then allow the Administrative Services Director and Purchasing Manager to execute the contract and related documents based upon County Council and Risk Management approval. The third technology objective is requesting your board's approval for the $1 DMV fee, or the RAND Fund spend plan that was approved in September by the region's 7-member RAND board. This spend plan includes funding for replacing the region's live scan criminal fingerprint devices and for participating in Sacramento County's pending mobile identification project. The fourth and final technology objective is requesting your board's approval to renew an existing blanket purchase order with technical staffing firm Tech Systems, which the Sheriff's Office has used successfully recently to assist in short-term project management and to provide targeted technical expertise. And with that, I'll close by saying that I'd just like to express my thanks to the many people that have worked very hard to bring these items forward, in addition to the regional leaders for their combined partnership and commitment to these and our other regional public safety and criminal justice efforts. And with that, I think Jan's going to tick down the budgetary items that go with this item.
Okay, we have a list, so I will go through them fairly quickly. We're requesting that your board authorize the sheriff and the Administrative Services Director to negotiate a final contract in an amount not to exceed $2.8 million, and another one with ThinkStream in an amount not to exceed $585,000. And that one's for Phase 1 of the Apollo Criminal Justice Data Integration Project. We're also requesting that you authorize the purchasing manager to sign the resulting contracts upon County Council approval and also risk management approval. Add the Regional Public Safety System and Apollo Criminal Justice Data Integration System to the Sheriff's Master Fixed Asset List. Approve a budget revision in the amount of $2.8 million. To appropriate $1.6 million from the Sheriff's Office share towards the Tiburon replacement system, and also the portion for the cities, which is $1.2 million, and also to approve cancellation of public safety automation reserves in the amount of $1.6 million to fund the Sheriff's Office portion of that contribution. We're requesting you approve a budget revision in the amount of $585,000 to appropriate the funding for Phase 1 of the Apollo Criminal Justice Data Integration Project. We're requesting your authorization to execute related cost-sharing agreements with participating agencies, to approve the Remote Access Network, which is the RAND spending plan, which is part of the whole funding mechanism for these projects, to renew a BPO with Tech Systems in the amount of $125,000 so that we have contract consulting services available to us for technical expertise on the projects. And lastly, for the sheriff, the director of administrative services, and the purchasing manager to take all other actions necessary to implement the projects. That's a long list.
Yeah, could you please repeat that?
Well, thank you for your indulgence.
Well, before we
Appreciate
get started, I didn't get, as with Jim, I didn't get a chance to have Clark get the microphone today, but also I want to congratulate and thank him on your retirement, but all of your years of service. I know you were busy on this one also, so thanks, Clark. So with that, Jennifer and then Jack.
I really just wanted to thank Jerry particularly for making this painfully clear to me what these various proposals were, and want to also shout out to Clark and his folks for helping set all this up. This has been a very long time in coming. It's nice after being up here almost 3 years to see things that were maybe brought to me 3 years ago start to come to real fruition. And I know when we think about things like regional sewer, 3 years is nothing, but it's good to see these things moving forward, and I really congratulate all of you on the work you've done on it, and Jerry particularly, all your efforts on this.
Thank you very much.
Jack.
Yes, very pleased to see this this type of technology being implemented. Having served with the DOJ, I've been exposed to a lot of different informational modules and modems, and understand that the second most important way to deter crime and to protect the public in having boots on the ground is the information that you get and is conveyed between the different agencies. So I'm really pleased to see this moving forward on different levels, and look forward to its being, every one of these being implemented at some time in the future. So.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action. And I'm not going to repeat the motion either, but we all know what it is. All those in favor, we need a roll call. There are two budget
Montgomery,
provisions.
Duran, Holmes, Euler, Wygant.
Yes, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So we will now adjourn to closed session.
The board will go into closed session to take up the items on page 4, item 12. There's 2 pieces of litigation. There's some property discussions. There's a public employee appointment made by the soon retirement of Clark. Congratulations. And then I guess there's going to be some labor discussions too on page 5. So it should take about 10 minutes. We'll report back later, and I don't know when.
Oh, that was easy.